Hey everyone.
Hello, Amira.
Hello, Nathaniel. Hello, Brother Amiru. Are you going to give me the co-host or okay, good. Okay, so how do y'all want to run it? I mean everybody's different.
Right. Well, Nathaniel and I kind of discussed it earlier in the background. Uh, Basically, we're gonna take turns reading different sections, and then we're gonna comment on it. Then we'll go to hands, play a clip, and then repeat. Kind of that way, it's a bit more engaging. But we're gonna try to make as much progress with the book, and I'm willing to go as long as you guys are willing to. So,
I canceled my show tonight, so I'm with you guys.
hell yeah, I appreciate that.
Not a problem. This is something that needs to be out there.
Yeah, especially with now, the technocrats and what's happening with AI, it's very relevant. I mean, you could argue it's like his worst nightmare.
It is. It is. I mean, from what I've read, it definitely is. Nathaniel, I was on your page, but I couldn't find your book club, the community one you have set up, Nathaniel's bookshelf.
Nathaniel, you there?
Yes, I'm here
Okay,
finally.
cool,
Sorry,
cool.
we had an issue previously. What did Amira ask me?
I was asking you about your reading community, Nathaniel's. I think it's Nathaniel's bookshelf or something. I saw it there the other day. I went by there earlier because I wanted to join, but it's not on there.
Well, it used to be called that. Now it's called the Omitted Curriculum. It's something run under the auspices of DDG, which is Sarah's platform. And hopefully we get as many people as possible on board. But sorry about that. I can give you the link to the current community we're using if you want it.
Um, well, I'm in the current one, I think. But yeah, no, that's cool.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know if I answered your question.
You did, you did.
Some of the day
It,
to day stuff is too much for me. Not really, but no, I'll get
it's
on that for you. I apologize.
you're fine. I'm Brother Amiru, Sarah. It's been a long, it's been a long week for everyone. And for the purposes of the recording, you're listening to Unabomber's Manifesto, a reading and discussion with Geopol Aeon and Brother Amiru. Amir, Kahhhhh.
Yep, lots of H's. I
Following the
appreciate you guys
reading,
buying me time. I'm almost ready here. Thank you.
No, no worries. I'll just give you some background on the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski. He was a mathematical genius. He wrote a paper on boundary values that can be appreciated by about maybe five people in the world. It was so brilliant. He had an incredibly high IQ in terms of his mathematical ability. He
167.
was an early, yeah, 167. That's far, far outside the norm. Believe me, I would have given anything to go through engineering school with an IQ of 167 that skews heavily towards mathematical logic. But I would also say briefly that he was a victim of MK Ultra experiments conducted by this government. He was given psychedelic drugs as part of a testing program which was conducted at his university, and he was justifiably pissed off about it for most of his life. So when you begin to scratch your head and go, why would somebody so brilliant develop these antisocial tendencies? Just keep that in mind. Now, I would also say that this work hits definitely close to home, despite the fact that he, as a person, was awkward and had many antisocial tendencies. And this is why it's so valuable to dissect this work and also his subsequent work written in ADX Florence, which he did despite the fact that the federal government was trying to shut him down at every step of the way, called Anti Tech Revolution, which was his literal step by step manifesto for how to undo the Industrial Revolution. So we can talk about all those things, but that is my overview of Ted Kaczynski for
That's
anyone.
excellent, excellent. But you know, one thing, he denies, let me later in prison, that MK Ultra affected him. But you know, I find that questionable. You know, you have to take his word for it. Um,
Yeah,
but he did it.
unfortunately, MK
He was
Ultra
part of
did
it for
affect.
like 200
Go ahead,
hours,
sorry.
so that
Yeah,
must have had an impact, right?
it must have. I'm sorry I spoke over you, but
No
yeah,
worries.
that's the problem. Is people like Whitey Bulger also deny that MK Ultra affected them, and yet they developed antisocial tendencies somewhat later in life, which are inexplicable for the average person. And if you'd like to say that he was a psychopath who would have developed those tendencies anyway, fine. That's a convenient explanation if you're a government contractor who's involved with drugging people with psychedelics and seeing how they affect them. So we can talk
Nathaniel.
about MK Ultra if we want, but like 7 of the 12 head researchers on it were Jews. You know, as evil as I am as a Nazi, I would never try to control people's minds by giving them psychedelic drugs or even verge upon that. But that's what the U.S. government did, or at least a small cadre of Jews underwritten by the U.S. government did. So Sidney Gottlieb and all them. But go ahead, Amira.
Yes, I wanted to ask you, this MK Ultra treatment, the psychedelics that Kaczynski was subjected to, is was that the same program that Naomi Klein outlines in the shock doctrine, the one that the CIA and the Canadian intelligence state that they used on? Seriously? Okay, all right.
Yes, it's the exact same. There was a mutual cooperation between the governments of Central America, America, and Canada on this particular project. And there were subjects from all three of those polities, one might say. So when Naomi Klein discusses the use of psychedelics involuntarily on people, or at least the agreement to be experimented upon by the government with psychedelics, that's what she's referring to. And because LSD 25 was originally a kind of truth serum, which was developed simply for the purpose of trying to get information out of people, and what LSD does as a compound is not to give you access to primordial truth, as many of the so called psychonauts believe. All it does is activate the portion of your brain which is responsible for making you believe that you have access to truth. This is why people who take LSD 25 in any significant dose believe that they are participating in the divine, or at least they can tell you anything of significance about themselves and the world. They're supremely confident that they have the truth of everything that they're describing.
Have you ever taken it, Nathaniel?
I have not, no.
Hmm.
I'm slightly frightened too, I'll be honest.
I have a friend who, you know, changed completely when he took it. He was kind of shy and not very social and really just a nerd stuck in his room. And after he took it, he started like rising in this company and made lots of friends and got really
Wow.
fit. And so it had a life changing effect. And they sometimes say, like, or they say this, that sometimes psychedelic experiences can be like quasi
Hmm.
religious experiences. And I don't know what that's about, but I feel like there's something about dreaming where it's a lot of like this weird imagery, but there's real information in there based on fears and other things. That if it mimics that, and if REM sleep is where a lot of knowledge is integrated, then you know images being shoved in, random images being shoved in your face like that is how we integrate information to some extent. And so maybe it's mimicking that. I don't know what it's doing. I don't know what it's doing, but for sure on this particular friend that I'm talking about, he became a better person. And I don't recommend it to anyone. I'm not recommending it. I'm just saying that I've seen positive effects. So I don't know if they're all bullshitting. Is my point.
I
Well,
don't.
I'm not saying that they're necessarily good or bad. They seem to work very well for lots of people. My only personal experience with LSD is that somebody gave me an analog called 1P LSD and I chickened out because I was afraid of what it might do to me, that I might jump out a window because there were cases of people who went to my university actually jumping out of third story windows while they were on LSD. So I was like, yeah, better stay away. But yeah, no, I've spoken to an equal number of people, if not a larger group of people, for whom it's been a life transforming experience and who've had lasting changes which are good as a result of taking psychedelics. I just never have, that's all. But
Yeah,
Amira, go.
gotcha. Mira, yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Brother Amiru. Um, I had some friends that took it and repeatedly, and um, I was around them when they did it, and um, it it wasn't anything like what you see at the cinema. It wasn't. They were very calm, very relaxed. I didn't know. I mean, I thought they were going to start tripping and saying that they were seeing scopic colors, but that didn't happen. Yeah, exactly. That didn't happen. They asked me, "Hey, you are you chill for Star Trek?" And I said, "Okay." And so that's what we did. We sat there for like until they started to come down. But I mean, they weren't seeing things. They weren't leaving their bodies. They hadn't tapped into uh, anything. So I don't know because it this happened with several of my friends. So, but I didn't want to take it.
Regardless, though, the way that they used it against the victims is it doesn't make it any better. It's definitely a terrible. I'm talking about LSD and the MK Ultra stuff. So I feel like in a way, Ted Kaczynski is like karma manifest for all these corrupt government programs. Like it's kind of like this karma in a sense. I mean, they struggled so much to find him, and they wouldn't have been able to without his brother. Um, and this is just one man. But I want to say like thank you so much, Nathaniel, for joining us, and Amira as well. I'm so excited to read this with you, and I feel like he helped shape a lot of my thinking when I was kind of studying behavior and the brain. And I feel like as we go through this text and we try to figure out what he was right about, what he was wrong about, um, and I start correcting certain things, and you see maybe the truths that are there that you wouldn't be able to see otherwise. I feel like you're going to start to understand how I think in general, and why I bring up the PFC a lot, because I feel like his essay should be taught in like psychology classes. Um, and then that will be clear later. I mean, not to mention the fact that he does talk about the psychology of leftism, right? But yeah, go ahead, Nathaniel.
I was only going to say he influenced my thinking significantly as well. From 1819-20, I read his work, Industrial Society and Its Future. And then I read Anti Tech Revolution, which was his longer form work that he wrote in prison. And it was the most interesting work of philosophy I'd read up to that point. And I began as a philosophy major. So it was fascinating to look at someone who was clearly incredibly intelligent but fell outside the existing system and its power dynamics and the way in which he was able to critique them so acutely. So, yes, this is a work which still holds a great deal of relevance today. Sorry, I'm speaking in generalities, but it's true. And everybody should read this particular essay because it's not very long, it's about 34 pages. but you get a lot out of it. And many people have even almost sacrificed their academic careers to try to plead for Kaczynski, despite the fact that he was just tarred as some kind of insane, schizophrenic semi genius in the mid 90s. That's what happened. But he was not just sane, he was super sane. That is my assessment of him.
I like
And
that term,
his
super sane.
warnings of super sane, thank you. And his warnings about industrial society, his warnings about how technology affects young people, his warnings about how technological innovation disrupts the basic rhythm of the human race is, well, first of all, it's something we talked about with Professor Zhang earlier, but it's more than that. He's basically correct. It's just that the people who critique him are simply, they've given up. They go like, yeah, he's right, but what really can we do about the course we're on? And most people who consider themselves sane agree with that statement and go like, well, yeah, I guess you're right. When you're right, you're right. But no, this will be a good space. If Amira wants to go ahead, please.
Thank you. I was that silly hand won't go away. I was okay. Here we go. Yeah, I wanted to ask you um, shades of earlier today, but are we are we linking to a PDF uh, for the attendance tonight?
Sorry.
Um.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's
Oh.
there's
Sorry.
Are you talking about the essay itself? It's in the comments. There's a link there.
Okay,
If you guys want to tag along, yeah.
Yeah, I have the PDF open.
And
For when
Amira,
we
if you
read
would
to read
like to
about it.
read too, we're gonna take turns. Any of the speakers, just speak up, and it'll give us a chance to take a break and stuff. I was thinking, Nathaniel, if you're cool with it, you can start us off, and we'll just go from there. But before, if that's okay with you.
okay. So Nathaniel, me, and then you.
Well, it's me and Nathaniel, but if you want to do it, then yeah, we'll go in that order.
It's up to you. It's your show. I'm here to make it work.
Yep, I'm just offering you both options, but I appreciate it, Amira. But before I do, I just want to play. Well, I just want to make a small intro first. Um, excuse me, sorry. Um, so, uh, sorry, I lost my train of thought there. I just want to give a small intro about Ted Kaczynski and why it's important to read this essay. Besides the reasons that Nathaniel was kind of hinting at, um, technology and AI is becoming, a bigger problem in the modern world. And like I said, we're kind of like living in his nightmare. So it's really relevant. So I wanted to play a clip of Peter Thiel and what he says about technology, just to start us off.
And my thinking on this, started to take a turn towards a more optimistic perspective in the mid to late '90s when I got involved in the tech boom in Silicon Valley. I ended up being the co-founder of a company called PayPal, and the initial founding vision was that we were going to use technology to change the whole world and basically overturn the monetary system of the world. And we can debate on how much it succeeded or how little it succeeded. Um, and there were parts of it that I think have worked, and parts of it where the jury is still out. But the basic idea was that we could never win an election on on getting certain things because we were in such a small minority. But maybe you could actually unilaterally change the world without having to constantly convince people and beg people and plead with people who are never going to agree with you through a technological means. And this is where I think technology is this incredible alternative to politics. And And there are a number of different technologies we can outline, but the task in this world where politics has become so broken and so dysfunctional is to find a way to escape from it. It's not a way to fix it, it is a way to escape.
So notice him saying technology as an alternative to politics, which, if you're trying to circumvent politics, trying to circumvent the government, that means you're just trying to take charge of the whole country, essentially. And he's outright admitting it. And he's saying, like, he doesn't have to worry about convincing people, or essentially votes. He can just, force it to happen. So people like Thiel and Elon and Sam Altman and Zuckerberg are these nerdy fag type people that are accelerating the progress of technology at the cost of our humanity. In fact, they don't care about humans. They are willing to discard their own body and become a robot, essentially, because maybe they don't value life. And so for them, it's not a serious consideration that maybe we should slow down technology, just figure out what we're doing, because we might just progress our way into our extinction. Um, and so uh, I think it's very relevant because these people are, we already have multiple extinction events to worry about, whether it's nuclear destruction or some natural disaster. And of course, there's general AI taking over and replacing the human race. That's another extinction event that can affect the whole planet and all life on it, right? So in a way, it's our responsibility, and it's also a looming danger, and maybe scarier than anything else. And it's in an arms race with China. Like, all these AI companies are competing the same way they were competing for who would make the nukes first. And so it's to our detriment. This thing is being built. A human that is smarter than us, essentially, a human like object that is smarter than us and more durable than us, which would by definition replace us. We would stand no chance. And right now, we're already, maximally useful to the system as wage slaves. And yet we barely matter that, we can barely make a living wage. Do you think when we get replaced by AI, they're going to care about us more? Like, they will discard us immediately. So it's like a real thing that a lot of people are feeling more urgently now. And I imagine Ted Kaczynski, being farsighted, um, was able to see it way before us and freak out and maybe get a little too violent. But he did bring attention to this important um, issue. So, Nathaniel, if you would like to start off with the first section, please go ahead.
Of course. Well, I'll begin with the fact that he argued in his letter to the mainstream media that he did not want to actually damage anyone's lives. He simply viewed it as the only way that his manifesto could get any mainstream attention. And he was largely correct. I won't delve too much further than that, but I'll begin. Item 1, Introduction from Theodore Kaczynski's Industrial Society and Its Future, 1995. The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in quote unquote advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, and have led to widespread psychological suffering. Parentheses, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world, and it will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may lead to increased physical suffering, even in quote unquote advanced societies. I'm going to go on to number two because it directly follows from number one. Quote, the industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after passing through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. Those are the first two items. I want to note that a graduate level thesis published by Kaczynski was something about the idea of the wild versus wildness. Kaczynski was deeply obsessed with the idea of wild places, which are places that are allowed to develop autonomously from technological society. I will try to find the essay he wrote about this, but it was something in his brain which was very geared towards pattern recognition, in which he realized that the basic patterns that human beings have to accept, or any other organism on this earth have to accept, are sort of the rules set for them by nature. And when human beings attempt to skirt those, they simply make their quality of life worse. So I'll get that for all of you guys, but that's a very real thing that he published this when he was like 20, 21 or something like that. So I'll post that for you. But it's been so long since I engaged with Kaczynski. I'm sorry. I used to be Mr. Ted Stan, but I don't really know as much now.
No, I think you know a lot actually. That's what you've proven so far. By the way, Nathaniel, just I didn't maybe say this, but every title is like a section, right? So then when it's like psychology of modern leftism, that's like a section until the next title. And that's what I was thinking will alternate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Keep going if you want.
Yeah. So like yeah, once you reach paragraph 5, then you should be good.
Okay. So number three, item three. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful. But the bigger system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So, if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. This is also the thesis of his book, Anti Tech Revolution. Number four, we therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. But we do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. Item 5. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of the industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean that we regard these other developments as one sec, sorry. That we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have nothing new to say. For example, since there are well developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. Again, which corroborates what I know based on his graduate thesis about wilderness versus wildness or whatever.
Definitely. Thanks, Nathaniel. Do any of the co-hosts have comments before we go to hands?
Um, his general sentiment is correct, and I know many people in the heartland of America who agree with him. In fact, I think that Kaczynski has received his largest fan base in the form of young Americans, especially young Zoomers, who despise the fact that they have to live in this technocratic society on a day to day basis where they have no peace from the constant disturbance of information technology, social media, everything like that. But they don't see it as possible to cleave from that. And that's why they sort of roll their eyes at Kaczynski and just go, oh, yeah, well, whatever.
Right, like
That
they'll
is,
make arguments like you can't stop progress or whatever, right?
yeah,
I'm
they
not
will.
about to let go of all this good shit.
Uh huh.
Amira?
Yes, I just wanted to add that uh, the manifesto, um, I've never seen anything so popular among anarchists. It's one of the top downloads at Anna's archive, and I remember earlier this year seeing people sharing it just everywhere. So yeah, I mean, it has a lot of meaning to many, I suppose, different people.
Thank you, Amira. Do we have hands? Because I can't see any.
Yes, we have at Pangiote P or Pangiote Phyllis.
Please go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, I was young when Kaczynski, became, well, he was a Unabomber, and it was bombing in North Caldwell. And I was in the next town. Actually, some kids from North Caldwell were going to my high school at the time. Yeah, Kaczynski was sort of like a boogeyman. We didn't know much about him. He's a terrorist. But I read that manifesto years later. And yeah, he wasn't this boogeyman. I think he was concerned. He just saw into the future. He was very smart. And most of his warnings came true today. And that's, and if you're wondering why anarchists are so into his work, it's, you just got to look at past history and Animal Farm. Animal Farm was not about communism. It was about change. And when there's technological change, and it's been going on since the feudal times up until now, you've had war. You'd have war, revolution, because power shifts, our quality of life and way of life shifts. The most important thing when these changes happen, they do happen for good, but you have to watch out who is in control, which animal is going to be more equal than others. So right now, that's what we have with these tech bros. They're promising us this new communism. They don't call it communism. They call it, universal pay. The world of plenty. That's another term they like to use. You're going to have everything. There was one interview with Elon, and he was asked, about this universal pay. And then he says, well, universal high pay, he says. And then he was asked, well, what's going to happen in between? And he did mention, well, there's going to be problems in between, but he didn't want to get into that. I mean, really, he knows that there's going to be strife. They already know. These tech bros, they already know they're going to have some sort of resistance. And that's why you're having, them involved in politics, their data centers, all of this, power struggle that they're going through. And bottom line, they're going to try to be the animals that are more equal than us. So they can give you all this fantasy that this is going to be a better world. Yeah, it can be a better world if we don't have those animals. And that's what we're fighting right now, whether it's what's going on with Israel, what's going on with Putin, Erdogan, with Trump, with Netanyahu. All these guys are just a bunch of autocrats that got together, and even Middle Eastern autocrats that are getting together with these tech bros to control. And I think they're more dangerous than China. At least in China, they have some sort of, I mean, they're autocratic, but they have some value, some ethics. I mean, they don't take corruption lightly, but they're just a different culture. And I think, who is it? There's a billionaire that likes to talk to, a lot about him. I got the brain fog, but he's always talking about China, always saying, yeah, you know, they're not what you think. You have to understand Chinese culture. I forget his name, but for years he's been a big investor in China, and but yeah, our main enemy right now isn't China. It's here. It's here, and
Were you talking about Warren Buffett?
no, oh my God, what's his name?
Andrew Yang?
No, No, I just
Andrew Yang is not a billionaire.
yeah, I forget, but he's pretty well known. He's shoot. Yeah, I just got brain fog. I'm at work. I'm
It'll come
tired,
to
and
you, bro. It'll come to you.
yeah.
Don't worry. But
But I'll
hey,
let
Just
appreciate
somebody
your
understand
else
that.
speak.
contribution. Do you
I'll let
want to say
somebody
something?
else.
Are you saying that the CCP is our enemy as Americans, or what is the point you're trying to make here? I'm not trying to do a gotcha. I'm just curious.
No, I'm saying they're not that much of a threat as others would be. I mean, others more closer to us. I mean, they have. I mean, if you look at China, you know, when there's corruption in China, they really go after it. I mean, yeah, they're autocratic. I'm not saying they're perfect or anything. You know, their government's like. Oh, hello.
We hear you.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're still here.
okay, because my screen went off. But they're um, they're more like here. If there's corruption, it's just, I mean, I think it's worse. Nothing happens. I mean, nobody's held accountable. I mean, they have some
Wait,
kind of
what do you think
accountability there.
happens in China when there's corruption?
They go to jail. I mean, some of these guys. I mean, look at Vietnam. They wanted
How do you know that?
They don't just go to jail; they die.
How do you
yeah,
know?
they die.
No, I'm
Yeah.
serious. The sorts of people who perpetrated the 2008 financial crisis, excuse me, in our network of investment banks in the United States, had they done the same in China, they would have eventually found themselves on the wrong end of a noose.
They
That,
they literally own the people. All right, that's as corrupt as it gets. I mean, look, you're right in one way. You're right to say all the governments in the world are not one infinitesimal amount of threat to us as our own government. Well, this is true of everyone. Governments are immiserating everyone around the world, the respective governments of the votary that are supposed to be protected and benefited from the governments that immiserate them. But the idea that China doesn't, look, China's just an advanced stage of where they're trying to get to here. When they get there here, then you won't hear about anything anymore. You'll hear about our government in the way the Chinese hear about theirs. Go stand in China, wrap yourself in, I don't know, a capitalist flag and say that the leader is a fink and a terrible guy and see how long you last. Well, of
Wait,
course,
what's a sorry, I'm like half asleep, but what's a capitalist flag? What's that?
I don't
who said a
care.
gotcha, David? I love
I'm just
David.
making a point. I'm making the point that look, it is true that it's ridiculous when people say, "Oh, China's a threat to us." Really? I mean, it's not. What's the biggest threat to me? Well, my own government. When Thomas Hobbes wrote Leviathan, he thought that even bicameralism was a threat. He said he basically said all the power needs to be consolidated in one place. Otherwise, people will fight for power at the expense of their people. And he wrote Leviathan. What was his answer? His answer was the wrong answer, though it did inspire Robespierre and a bunch of horrible people. His answer was you need complete and utter authoritarian rule, even disingenuous control over religion. Right? Well, of course, that's one way to go. The other one is the way that we're going to go, and that is to become more free. That is to finally shuck the government that we have, the ruling class, and of course, it's magical thinking because the idea that they have a right to rule us at all doesn't exist in logical space. So I agree again with the ultimate conclusion that you're making, which is China's not as big of a threat to us, but not anywhere near as our own government and the ecumenical power that is absolutely destroying Western civilization. However, the way that the conclusion that China has come to is what they want to come to. It's a very, very fine line that they're going to have to walk, though, because what happened in the Soviet Union is when the Bolsheviks, killed 30, 40, 50 million people and it led to Stalin rule, the first thing that Stalin did was get rid of them. So there is a point at which, because obviously what is their ultimate goal here? To extract your wealth and reduce you to servitude and never hear from you again. So that's the fine line that they're walking now. I will say we're going to win, but we're not going to win by becoming like China. We're not going to because we're dressed in the comely clothes of freedom. doesn't mean we're just asking for it. It doesn't mean that, well, the answer is, oh, well, if we just dash under the wings of a vulture, we'll be safe from the storm. No, that's not the answer.
Thank you,
Sure.
David, and welcome to the panel, by the way. Yeah, go ahead, Nathaniel.
I would just say briefly that the West is never going to become like China. The West has an inveterate hatred of China, which
I
has
know. I
been.
was gonna say if China is the end goal, then maybe I wouldn't, run away from the West
But see,
anymore.
this East versus West dichotomy is something that's been discussed by lots of thinkers from both camps for thousands of years, and one is incompatible with the other on a basic level. There's too much here to kind of unpack. I'm probably not as wise as David, but what I've ultimately come to understand is there are Westerners who see in the East a kind of better life, or they fetishize it almost in the sense that what would I say? Um, they believe that in the East there's some sort of collectivist paradise, which is the
Wait,
contradiction.
what East? I mean, Japan's in the East. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about China, Russia, the BRICS nations, basically.
Well, China is obviously so communism is a Western idea, right? I mean, it's Karl Marx. I mean, they're not operating by some sort of nebulous pre-Marxian idea of communism. It really comes straight out of the Communist Manifesto. Well, straight out of Das Kapital
Uh huh.
and Diamat, which is dialectical materialism. So these people really, really, really are entrenched in this in Marxist idea of collectivism. So it really, and it does. Listen, it is true still what you're saying. It does meld quite interestingly well together with Confucianism. Know your place, do your part, that sort of thing. It was always sort of a, but Confucius said that laws make us worse and customs make us better. Well, communism is all law and no customs. In fact, customs are the enemy in China.
I agree with you. I was only saying briefly, and maybe this is the sort of uneducated opinion, but what I see in people who fetishize the BRICS nations or who are on the pro Russia, pro China side is that they have this ideal of a kind of collective identity that they want to escape to, which is a contrast to the rugged individualism of the West. I see that very often among young people in my cohort, and it's simply not the case. Were you to be simply transplanted into one or both of those societies, you'd find them totally alien. You would not be able to function even on a basic level. But I, I guess this is something that I don't know. It's more of a kind of emotional argument or a pathetic argument than it is like an actual understanding of all of this stuff. But I see lots of young people who would very much like to escape to this, I don't know, utopian East. They're people who would very much like to, I don't know what even to say. Go ahead.
No,
I'm not much. I'm tired.
thank you. Before we continue, David, welcome. I'd like to hear your thoughts on Ted Kaczynski, what you think of him and what you think of his essay, Industrial Society and Its Future.
I thought it was puerile. It's funny that you should. I know this well. Okay, obviously, as a okay, some people will say an anarchist. Uh, well, first of all, I really look. Let me say something good about Ted. My dear, wonderful, peace-loving friend, the psychopath Ted. He lived his life according to his ideals. I mean, he really did live out in a shed. He was a minimalist in that way. Well, that was the most impressive thing about him. Or clearly, he is a disturbed individual, and let's not forget that he was basically tortured through Harvard and the CIA through um, a program to figure out where the breaking point is of humans. But it's funny because I always think of him with the stoplight. We're being controlled by technology, blah, 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 blah. He was somewhat of a Luddite in this way. And he's talking about, oh, I'm sitting out in the country and I'm sitting at a light. And I realize I'm just obeying technology. Like there's no one there. And I couldn't help but think, well, don't be such a pussy, run the light. Every time, and now I'm married now, but every time I had girlfriends and I would just roll through stoplights, when there were no cars, they would always look at me like I was shocked, like they were shocked, like I had done something heretical. And I would just go like, well, there's no moral boundary that I've crossed. I just ran the light. I mean, there's no this idea that, oh my God, if we don't
All of this
obey the
happened in
law,
Minecraft, just for the record.
what'd you say?
All of this happened in Minecraft, just for
Yeah.
the record. Yeah.
And the thing is, look, what is, I wish that I had, Ted Kaczynski was, I feel so sad for him because he was a genius. By the way, Ted Kaczynski was definitionally a genius. I mean, there is no way that his IQ was less than 140. I mean, you can't be that good.
167, they say.
Yeah, just, he's an absolute genius, right? But obviously he was disaffected, no friends, that sort of thing. And that's just a really sad thing. And I wish it wasn't so. Hitchlap and I were talking about how do we bring up the geniuses in the future, that sort of thing. Um, but getting back to when people become somewhat intelligent, they really do wake up to a sort of anarchic thing. What is government? You know? And I like to say, and as I think have heard me say, if I were a visitor from another planet and I would ask you to prove to me the existence of government, showing me the big buildings in Washington would no more prove its existence, then does a church prove the existence of God? No, no, no. The slavery is in you because all we're really talking about, when you really boil it down, is a government is a small group of people at a specific time and geography who assume the non-existent right to use the force of murder and engagement to make everybody else obey and pay them. There is no moral supposition behind it. There used to be, but there is not. Now it's do what we say or else, and that's it. And they call you an infidel or a Nazi or whatever they call you. Of course, anything that they call you is to subtract enough humanity from you to reduce you to the lower animals. And what can we do with the lower animals? We can slaughter them like sheep. We can put them in, we can enclose them, but the point is they're never heard from again. So someone's point about, all animals are equal. Well, you're just an animal when you get to that point. So that's where we are now. We're waking up from this. I'm so sad for Ted Kaczynski because he didn't understand this. Ted Kaczynski and Noam Chomsky are both geniuses, and they both assume some kind of anarchic bona fides, but they don't really understand it. It's peripheral to their complaints instead of central to it. The first time we had archons, lawgivers, was in ancient Greece. This is before the golden age of Greece. And I think it was King Cadros who was so good. And after he died, they were like, we can never have a king like this. We have to write our laws down and have these 12 archons, lawgivers. And the anti-archons, the anarchists, we're basically saying, well, why shouldn't we live by customs? There's something about when you write things down, it vivifies some sort of new power that no one, it's like a Ouija board, no specific person has, but it seems to sort of rule over everyone and, of course, inspires the worst in us. This is true. Yes, it's my opinion, but it's to me an obviosity. So I guess a very long-winded response there. I'm sorry about this. I guess my feeling about Ted Kaczynski is as I sympathize with genius, and I'm very, very sad of his total misinterpretation of anarchism and where that took him.
No, thank you, David. But he does value autonomy and dignity, and these two words come up a lot in this essay. So he is worried about, humans not being reduced into products or cogs in the machine. But him, we outsource our sanity, and we die when we're in solitary confinement. So
Mhm.
him isolating himself did him no favors. And he was already, growing up shy and alone, and then MK Ultra, and then living alone for a long time. It's just he was close. I feel like he diagnosed a lot of things correctly, and as we correct some of his mistakes, that will become apparent. But if he had just more sanity, if he was around more people, he might have been. He could have still. I mean, he makes the case that if he didn't crack some eggs, he would not have brought any attention to this matter. So I don't know. I mean, that's a
That's
crazy
not.
thought for sure.
No,
But
it's
all our
not. It's evil. It's evil. Look,
It is,
Um,
yeah. I'm
the
not
one,
justifying it. I'm just saying
the
that he
well,
did
let
that.
me address the point you made because I liked what you said. First of all, thank you for saying MK Ultra. I couldn't remember that. Um, so he's absolutely right. I mean, we are productized. We are productized. The left and the right have both completely and utterly productized you. Even when the Republicans say, we're going to have a stimulus plan, stimulate the economy, there's no such thing that you only stimulate the productivity of humans. So, in other words, you're trying to make us better slaves, more productive. I always said if I ran for office, I'd run for the plain man, not the working man. How about working less? Why is it that it's just a matter of how well we turn the hamster wheel or the pinion or whatever? That obviously they're productizing you. If the Republicans want to stimulate themselves, then go buy vibrators and enjoy yourself. Why am I involved in this equation? That's the thing, and I have to say I'm going to agree, very, very reluctantly with Karl Marx on this idea that the individual and the sort of bliss that they come from self-creation and self-production, the idea that this isn't the most important thing. Well, of course, he called this, alienation. He described this as alienation, and then the fetish of consumerism. Well, both sides do this. They both think of the individual. What are you doing for the collective? What are you doing for the state? Our friend here a minute ago talked about rugged individualism. Yes, the standard of good for a rational society is the life of the individual himself. And if that is your standard of good, then it can never be sacrificed. It can never lead. There is no such thing as a greater good. The greatest good is the life of the individual. Right? The kindest and most noble, blessed thing you can do is respect an individual's right to live their life as a non sacrificial being. One human, standing on the horizon of their own destiny is better than 1,000 slaves slinking home in servitude. So, I mean, Ted Kaczynski was right about this. Where he was wrong is this: he's trying to technologically stand athwart history and yell, stop. Well, but what is technology? You're just learning nature, right? I mean, Aristotle said that Aristotle said that that which is furthest from our senses is superior because it's applicable to a multitude of circumstances. Well, this is quantum mechanics. This is physics. This is, whatever, electrodynamics. And the idea that somehow learning more and more and becoming better at living more efficiently and discovering the laws of nature and more discreetly. Well, Ted Kaczynski was sort of like back to the nature guy, and you can't. You can't roll back. You can't roll back the tape in the movie and say we're going to live like that. That's just not. That wasn't the answer. The answer is to stop people from ruling us. It's not the it's the people, right? Somewhere along the way, someone has to initiate the force of violence against you. And that's the locus of our problems. And the sad, terrible, awful, hypocritical irony of Ted Kaczynski is that his answer to that was more violence. I mean, come on, man. I mean, no way.
Can I respond? I've had my hand up a while.
Oh, please
Sure, we'll
do. I'm
go to you,
sorry.
Lance, in a bit, but I do want to hear from Nathaniel first because he's co-host.
No, I
And
was
I
I
would
was
like
I
to
was ahead
respond
of
to
him. So
David
you're
first.
not being fair. No, never
Hey,
mind.
if you just are patient,
Lance
you'll
can
get your
chime
turn.
in if he wants to. Look, I wanted to ask David a politically incorrect question, but it would probably derail the space for another 20, 30 minutes. It's probably one he's been asked before, but I'm going to go ahead
Go
and just
ahead, bro.
do it. David, all right, I'm taking my life in my hands here because this is my name and my face, but what are your thoughts on the Jewish question? Why is it that we find this conflict between various indigenous, quote unquote, Western ethnic groups and Jews consistently? And what is it about how Jews view themselves that makes them repulsive to the rest of the world? And I'm not asking this from the point of view of someone who is poisoned against them. Please don't believe that. I know that you've read probably a lot in philosophy. I know that you're probably a very grounded individual. I would just like to hear your opinion on this particular topic because it has been the raging flame which has uh, torn apart many lives lately, or at
Well, let me
least.
answer that. So, and then I don't think this is half an hour because I want our friend to come back with this question. So, when I'm presented with any problem, I think ideology is a truth inhibitor. And I love all my brothers and sisters, especially the peaceniks among us. But I do diagnose the problem without sentiment. And it's clear that there is a cabal of Jewish supremacists. This is very predominant in the Jewish community that view that their modus operandi is to go within a civilization and undermine it. They think of themselves, they basically other everyone else in the worst way possible. Now, once you see this is the case, then you cannot unsee this. And so the awakening that's happening right now, a lot of this awakening is the realization of this fact. When Zelensky, for instance, when the CIA and basically, come on, the Mossad and the CIA are the same thing. There is an intelligence industrial complex, including the MI6. Well, when they instigated this war in Eastern Europe, and of course I wouldn't care about it if it wasn't for the fact that I am an anti-war guy and I don't want to see people killed. When they instigated it, and then of course Kolomoisky, and then his little minion Zelensky, when Victoria Nuland basically went over there and handpicked who their leader would be, also Jewish. So you couldn't unsee the fact that these people were all Jewish. And again, we don't want to see this, right? We want them to be our brothers and sisters. And then when our attorney general, our chief law enforcement officer, has no business to step outside of our country because his province is only within his jurisdiction, I'm sorry, is only within our country, goes over there and kisses the ring of Zelensky, we're like, gosh, that's weird. And then when Janet Yellen, our Treasury Secretary, only responsible for basically doing the books, maybe cooking the books in America, goes over there and kisses the ring, you're like, gosh, and all these people have dual citizenship in Israel, and then you're like, that's weird. And then of course, same thing is true with Mayorkas. Again, all of them from the same tribe, kissing the ring and celebrating once again, basically like what we saw in Bolshevik Russia, celebrating, instigating, and creating a fratricidal war among, let's face it, the Goyim, and over, everybody, the guy that runs, BlackRock, Larry Fink, all these people from one very, very small tribe doing the same thing. Well, yeah, we can't unsee this. And so now the awakening is, oh gosh, it's clear that you people think of us as the other, and you don't care whether we die, we lose our freedom, whether we have the right to speak freely. And then we look back at acres of people buried at Arlington going, gosh, they fought for that freedom. They fought for our independence. And here we've become dependent upon another nation and a small cabal of people that are immiserating us. So, yeah, I think it's a problem. So, wasn't 30 minutes, but I feel like that was pretty long winded.
Thank you. No, I'm serious. That's really all I care about. But sorry, that's all.
No, thank you, David. Nathaniel, I've noticed that you're and I'm totally for it. Like, don't get me wrong, but a bit more aggressive about the JQ stuff. I'm wondering if there's something specifically that happened recently that's kind of lit this fire in you. Because I'm enjoying it, but it's
Well,
noticeable.
I've been hounded by them personally for a long time, and many people may doubt me in this respect, but I became an anti Israel, or by extension, anti Jewish activist by virtue of the fact that I was an anti war activist. And I found that many of the people who sort of shook their fists at me, who told me that I should not engage in revisionism, as they called it, about the Iraq War, were in fact Jews. And I gradually fell deeper into what is now defined as Nazism as a result of that. And what I eventually discovered was that I was simply on the losing end of activism as regards a certain influential group of people. And I don't want to act like I'm some uniquely persecuted guy. That's not the case. It's just the fact that I called, quote unquote, them out. I spoke of the many sort of indiscretions or indignities that are a part of their religious pantheon, and later their secularist turned religious pantheon. And they became indignant as a result of that, and it's a long story. That's all I can say. It's a long story. And I sound like I'm trying to make myself like a celebrity here, but I'm not. Uh,
Well, Socrates said that he was such a lover of truth that when he tried to escape her grasp, he found himself back at her door the next morning, or by the next morning on her doorstep. And this is the way we have to be. Look, I'm sorry to say this. There's no good way to say this. If you are going to pursue the truth, then you have to. It's a long-suffering thing. There's no this people say virtue is its own reward. Well, it goddamn well better be, because people say that a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth wakes up, but the truth does catch up. That's why we have indoctrination camps, because a lie spoken 1,000 times can be destroyed by the truth spoken by once. But I never felt like the truth needed my defense. If everybody in the room shouts me down and I can't talk anymore, and I just say, no, that's incorrect, and then they excoriate me and execrate me, I'm like, okay, well, I'll just leave here. Okay, but I will say that when people make these accusations, notice that they're avoiding answering the basic question of whether you're right or wrong. So I just ask them, okay, well, let's just assume that I have arisen from the bowels of hell to say just what I've just said. Is it true or false? I mean, is there such a thing as guilt by association with ideas? No, there isn't. An idea, a thought, a postulation is either true or false, and it must stand or fall on its own merits. And if you want basically challenge it on its own merits, then I must be onto something.
Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Amira, then we'll go to Hannah. And if there's someone else with their hand up, I can't see. But yes, Amira, please go ahead.
Thank you, Brother Amaru. Nathaniel, I just wanted to say that Mo's here. I just wanted to say that as someone who attended a few of your readings and has interacted with you on a daily basis, however long it's been, I've never had anything but reason to respect you. I've never seen whatever these idiots. I'm being nice. I've never seen whatever it is, and um, uh, piggybacking off of what David said, as a Palestine activist, uh, I have paid a price. Uh, a lot of us um, who are on that path, we talk, and 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 it's something we know that you mess with this certain group that I don't even know why we're not naming them, but you mess with this certain group, um,
Well, why
and
aren't you naming them?
okay, the Jews. Okay, I take it back, because I do have some Jewish friends in Tel Aviv that are anti-Zionists, and they're some of the most beautiful people that I've ever known. But the Zionists, the occupiers, those are the ones. Um, so yeah, so in that regard, I like to be careful about the J word, just because of the friends that I have in Tel Aviv. But Nathaniel has never shown, not even an inkling of anything suspect. Um, and I feel like I'm offering a testimonial for him, but I'm not. He is a decent, uh, very thoughtful, uh, extremely well educated gentleman, and he is a gentleman. I can't say that for a lot of men today. I can say that for him, for Brother Amaru, and for Mo down in the gallery. So that's my bit.
Well said, Amira, and I agree with you. Nathaniel is incredible ever since I've met him. He's been schooling these rats, Jays, with class and patience and grace. and I've never seen anything like it. Maybe he wasn't like that in the past. I guess I'll never know. Uh,
Well, no, I
but
was deeply involved in something like
hmm,
Nazism, or whatever passes for Nazism in America. So,
rage, aggression.
yes, yes, rage aggression. That is
Yeah, I'm in that
who I
phase
was
still. I
previously.
haven't ascended to your level yet, but I feel like I'm close. I don't know.
Okay, I just wanted to give everybody a disclaimer where I'm concerned. Yes, I was deeply involved in political movements that were based on anger and hatred, and I am sorry that I was ever a part of that because it just set me back in life and it made our cause, our common cause, less able to be realized. So I don't know. I don't even know who I'm apologizing to. Maybe myself, but I do apologize for that. I was a
You know, there's an Islamic, well, a Sufi story, Way of the Sufi, I think it's in, where Jesus is walking down a path with a friend, and this is, of course, everybody knows that the Islamicists believe that Jesus was a great prophet, and someone yells at Jesus while he's walking down the path, and his friend says to him, after the man goes away, "Why did you respond with kindness?" And he said, "It's all I had in my purse." So our responsibility is still to be good. Our responsibility is still to cultivate kindness and generosity of spirit within ourselves. Otherwise, we become the monster that we are going after, that we're hunting. And of course, we don't want that, do we? We don't want to be on the battlefield and have vanquished our enemy finally and go home and look in the mirror and see the very same person that we think we have vanquished. So it really is important to the people we're up against. They have no solicitude, no kindness, no generosity towards other people. It's all zero sum. More for me, less for you. Death, destruction, and miseration doesn't matter. But what's the answer to that? What did the great masters of the world teach you? What did the Buddha? What did Christ? What did Lao Tzu? What did Spinoza? Of course, my favorite Jew. What did all these people say? Well, of course, you have to cultivate goodness and kindness within you, and you can't if you engender these sort of evil thoughts and anger and hatred within you, well, you'll just do damage to yourself and your own soul, and you'll do nothing for the cause. So I'm glad that you've had an awakening in that way.
Oh, thank you very
Thank you.
much. I don't want to make
Mo,
this
you have
about
your hand
myself.
up.
I don't want to make this about myself, so I'm sorry that I did, but
We can circle back to this for
okay.
sure. But thanks for sharing. And Mo, you're next.
Good evening, everyone. And I'm glad to see David here. I'm a big fan of his account. We've been following each other for a while. Listen, I've been trying to understand how the quote outsiders see this conflict, right? And I delved into it at the beginning, post October 7th, like Zionism, whatever. Then something changed, and that was about a month ago. The Hasbro account memory, I'm sure everybody's well aware of that account, and it's basically run by Israeli intelligence. What they did was they posted a speech by Palestinian activist Ahad Tamimi. I'm sure all of you know who she is, the family she comes from. And they tried to paint a picture that she was some sort of anti Semite. Okay. I'm not going to go through the speech in depth. I'm just going to sort of summarize it for you guys. Basically, what she said was, why is it incumbent upon the Muslims to disavow groups such as Al Qaeda and Daesh, but we are not allowed to ask the same of this particular group and their inability to denounce what is, what we all understand as political Zionism. The fact of the matter is they've co-opted the Jewish religion. This is what it is now. It's incumbent on every single Jewish person in the world to denounce the state of Israel. And I'm saying this as a person whose family has lost land as recently as 1999. So this isn't, I'm not talking about 48 even. I'm talking about 1999. Just a mere 26 years ago. And on that land that was stolen, was a highway built, a highway that we cannot access as Palestinians. So we can look at this highway from our town and we cannot access it one bit. It's strung along with cameras as far as the eye can see, and a wall, a humongous wall that we cannot traverse. And if we do so, it will be at our demise. Listen, the Palestinians and the Lebanese are the front lines of this war. And if you as Americans think that you are not being affected by this at all, I wish that you would push your bigotry to the side. That is your hatred of Muslims. That's fine. You can dislike the religion, but then you have to traverse. What about the Christian Palestinians? What about the atheist Palestinians? What about the Marxist Palestinians? And it goes on and on and on. And so you have to admit that if you are to hate one group of Palestinians, then you must hate every single one of them. And that goes for the Lebanese as well. And you see this cascade effect of victims from the Palestinians onto the Lebanese and the Syrians. And then it stretches even as far as the Yemenis that are directly affected by them by way of murder, bombing campaigns, economic prostitution, economic blackmail, and every single way that a country can be destroyed. That's what this particular group of people likes to do, all in the name of their own safety, security, protection, recognition, and it's your submission to them.
Thank you, Mo. And I don't want to come off as insensitive, but I don't want to derail the space too much because a lot of people are waiting for us to read. And but look, I will say this: we're all Palestinians in the sense that if Israel can, they would treat us the same way, right? I think of Palestine as like a Goyim demonstration. Goy is interchangeable. It could be any race. It can be any people. Whoever is under our thumb, this is how we will treat them, and they're starting to encroach on us. So we're all like this is a weird, almost cartoonish situation that we're in, where the world has to unite against the people because they want to enslave everyone, and it's very clear how much they disrespect anyone who's under their thumb. Think about how they'll watch you have sex and they'll blackmail you and they'll do all kinds of weird shit. They'll cut off your genitals. They will do anything. They don't care. You're not a human to them. And then just think, what do humans do to any animal that they don't think is human? Look at how we treat cows and chickens and lobsters, and it's brutal what we do to them. And it's so easy to do. We snip all of our dogs like it's nothing. We don't even feel anything, right? And that's how they treat us. So it is a very serious threat. And it's oddly enough kind of sort of tied to Ted Kaczynski in a way, just in the sense that technology is one of the possible extinction events. Nuclear war is
Well,
another
no, they're
possible
testing
extinction
out.
event, and we have
No,
the
they're at
Samson option. We have Chat
in,
GPT
in Palantir.
and
They're
Palantir,
testing
not to
out all
mention
this
Palantir, of
technology on the
course.
right. They're testing out. So good. I think I can help you bring this around to Kaczynski. They're testing out all this technology right there. All this is an incubational sort of situation for what they want to do the rest of us. You know the old saying of they came for these people and I didn't care, and they came for these people and I didn't get. Then all of a sudden, finally, when they came for me, no one was there to defend me. Well, it starts with the Palestinians. But I will tell you that I differ from my friend here in one way. I don't think about it in terms of their ideologies. I don't think about it with Marxist Palestinians or this, that, and the other. I always envision one Palestinian child staring up at the sky at night, the the genius of the bunch, the one that has it within them, because that super atomic power within every civilization that a small group of people have that are super smart, and they might be that little girl that's looking up at the sky and standing in the rubble and staring at the stars and thinking bigger thoughts and bigger dreams than you could possibly imagine. The effulgence of her mind is probably brighter than the stars that she's seeing. And the idea that we're going to drop a bomb on her, well, that's why I speak up. That's why I speak out. I don't do it for my own ego or hubris. I don't do it for any hatred I have for any group of people. I do it because any time that a little girl like that or a little boy standing in the rubble, staring at the stars, having higher aspirations, and has to contend with a bomb dropping, falling on the back of their heads. A bomb, by the way, that's signed by Governor Shapiro, who is very happy to sign the bombs that are killing the children. Then I realize that I have to protect my own virtue, my own soul by speaking out. If I don't, yes, Edmund Burke is right. All that is required for evil to prevail is for good men to say nothing, and I refuse to be one of the people that say nothing.
Thank you, David. And we'll go to Panna before we continue reading. Amira, would you like to read the next section? Because I can do it as well.
Yes, yes, I
Okay, great.
can.
So we'll go to Panna, then Amira will continue. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not going to keep you guys long, but I dealt with the Jewish-Israeli lobby head on, going back since 1998. I seen the dirt. I didn't want to get involved in certain projects that was eventually going to fund them and then fund Israel, so we became targets. Having to deal with FBI, all this crap. I'm going to tell you this. The Jewish community has set up a parallel state. That's simple. Over the decades, they've gotten into our institutions. They've gotten into our government. If there was a senator that was elected, AIPAC would give money. Now they tell them, well, you're going to have this certain Jew as your director. Okay, little by little, inside schools, all our institutions, in our law enforcement, and then they had the Zionist Judeo-Christians that they started to cooperate with, and that built a lot of power. That's a lot of Jews. They're saying, "Oh, how could a little group of people?" No, you're not a little group of people. You got those Zionist Judeo-Christians. And again, they're in government, they're in politics, and they formed a coalition against everybody else. So in order to stop them well, I wasn't nasty for 3 decades until Epstein came out, until all this other garbage. And I said, you know what, maybe enough is enough. Maybe some of these guys like Nick Fuentes are right. Maybe we just have to be nasty because they don't want to make peace. Believe me, they don't. I mean, I've been overseas discussing with other governments. They don't want peace, especially in the Mediterranean. And the AI data centers, yeah, and there's a reason there they don't want peace. There's a reason for the land grab. There's oil and gas in the Mediterranean. All that's going to be feeding those AI centers so they can spy on everybody, even worse than China, going back to what we discussed in China. They're going to be the new China, spying on everybody. They're already doing it in Europe and here and everywhere else. Control. This is an evil, evil parallel state. People can call it a cabal, anything, whatever they want to call it. It's a parallel state. You look at right now inside of Great Britain, they're saying, well, we want to know this Masonic group, whether they're in the police department. What do you think they're saying that for? And now they're coming out, well, you can't do that because we're Jewish. It's our religion. Well, all of a sudden they're Jewish. But when people were saying, well, they're Jewish, they were like, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. I mean, you're right. This is crazy times because it's being uncovered. But the only way to do it is to vote these people out. There's like AZAPAC, there's APAC tracker. That was a big blow to them. Believe me, things like that, they don't like. When we start questioning, they don't like. When we start saying, well, we don't care about your anti-Semitism, fuck you, Jew, they don't like that. I'm not saying to be violent. I'm not saying to be Ted Kaczynski. But what I'm saying is people now have to share information. I have information. There's other people that have information. I mean, those girls that were molested weren't the only ones fighting for 30 years to report crimes by the Israeli lobby and the parallel state. A lot of us were. I mean, some serious crimes. And we were being obstructed, threatened. I've been arrested twice. So, now I'm glad some of this stuff is coming up. There's an awakening, especially with some of the Christian groups that were into this Zionist Judeo-Christian crap. Okay, they're starting to abandon it. and even if they want to say Candace Owens is Nazi or she's rude or she's an anti-Semite, good, because going that way, unfortunately, was the only way to go to try to get people, because not everybody's smart. Not everybody's there's people that want a magic wand, or they just don't get it, and they'll get it through a very primal way. So there's some of us, yeah, that we're smart. We'll try to do it intellectually, peacefully, and there's going to be those that they're not, and I don't blame them either, because we have a common enemy, and that enemy is that parallel state where now we're just talking and yapping online. That's not going to work. Yeah, it helps, get some people involved, but we have to get involved out on the streets, because pretty soon they're going to start censoring us here. They're already doing it to me. All right, now you could just say Jew in your text, and Laura Loomer, she'll say, well, that's a hateful hateful post, and they send you the warning, well, it's going to be limitedly viewed. I got 2 of those already. I said nothing except the Jew. They don't want that. So, now what do you think? Netanyahu just came to talk about the war? No, he's probably telling, he just made a deal with Elon right now. He's probably telling, listen, you want this deal? Start cracking down. What are we going to do then? I live out in New Jersey, New York. Anybody wants to give me a holler, that's fine. See Shmuley? He's telling all these Jews, hey, some defense league they want to build up. That's our problem. We can't just talk. I wish I had a reporter to go to tell all my shit. I couldn't to the regular media. Even if reporters wanted to write what I knew, their
I
editors were telling them
appreciate
no.
you. Calm down. But it wasn't this a space about industrial society and its future? Look, I'm not trying to be a dick here, but we were
No, it's
talking.
okay. It's fine. But industrial society, well, you got right to the point where it's AI, and it comes back to our oppressors, because that land grab just off Haifa is $1 trillion worth of gas in that quadrant. Just in that one quadrant, not including Cyprus, not including what's over Libya, Egypt, the whole Mediterranean. And
Thank you,
what do you think
Kana.
it's going to,
Sorry, I'm interrupting, but look, we'll circle back. We can talk about Jays all day. We do all the time.
Yeah.
This is a different angle because we're also worried about technocrats, and there's a lot of other things that are going to be discussed here. So please stick
And,
around, and
and
we'll
their and
definitely
their
circle
base
back.
and their base is going to be in Israel. That's where it's going. But
For sure, yeah, no, 100%. Anyway, so Amira, please continue. Thank you so much.
Yes, the psychology of modern leftism. 6. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism. So, a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. 7. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay, and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather, a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Parentheses also see paragraphs 227 to 230. End parentheses. 8. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish, but there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which our discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. 9. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call, quote, feelings of inferiority, end quote, and, quote, over socialization, end quote. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential.
Thank you, Amira. I appreciate that. I'd like to make some comments here before I ask Nathaniel what he thinks. Um, so, as a leftist, he's basically roasting the shit out of me. Um, and he's gonna talk about feelings of inferiority, and then he's gonna talk about over socialization, and that's where I'm gonna start to kind of not refute, but add more context to what he's saying. But what I would like to say is I think of him as kind of like the Diogenes of our time in a sense. Only in the sense that if Diogenes lived in our time, I imagine that he would be criticizing technology more than anything else. And we mentioned before that he was very much isolated, and that's not good for your sanity. And of course, MK Ultra. So I said, and he spent most of his time in universities. So he spent a lot of time around leftists, and he could just make some maybe generalization here.
Ted Kaczynski, not Diogenes.
Yeah, Ted Kaczynski, of course. Yeah, I don't think people were talking about right and left back then, but yeah, Ted Kaczynski was surrounded by leftists, and he was very much isolated. So there might be a little bit of bias here, but I do agree with the things that he's saying, generally speaking, that there is, let's say, there's a shadow side of conservatives and a shadow side of liberals or leftists, and he's describing those pretty well. So I just want to factor in his sanity and his cynicism as we move forward because I think that he's smart enough to make a more accurate diagnosis. But we're all flawed, we're all human, and none of us have went through some sort of CIA brainwashing experiment. So we would have to give him that. But I wanted to comment also one more thing that I agree with David in that we can't go back, and part of it is if we're gonna find out about the truth about our universe and why we're here and how we got here and just revealing more truths about this world that we barely understand, we're going to have to use technology. There's no way that that is the wrong answer. But he says, early on, that there's no way to reform it. Reform it. There will always be pain, either by breaking it down or by going through a very painful process. Then it settles down, but at the cost of our dignity and dignity and autonomy. And my question is, says who? Like who says that we can't find a way to have a technological society while remaining autonomy and dignity? And he basically warns of people like me who would say that kind of thing. He thinks that there's no way to reform it. But I think it's more like kind of like Spider-Man, where with great power comes great responsibility, and he just wants to discard the power and the responsibility and go back to, because he values autonomy and dignity, right? And our societies facilitate autonomy at their best, right? When we were in the wild hunting, and living in primitive societies, we were kind of living day to day. We were forced to deal with basic things like hunger and shelter and security, and in a sense we were more slaves to nature than we are now. So if he truly does value autonomy, he would recognize that modern society at its best actually frees up and makes you more free, more autonomous. Um, so there's a contradiction there that I don't think he notices, but we can go to hands after we check in with Nathaniel.
I'll just say briefly that what he says in this essay predicts accurately the behavior of modern leftists. That is the case. I'm sorry, I'm very tired, but
I don't
uh,
think he was predicting. I think he was just calling out a schism.
well, I would say that he has accurately predicted what is now called the woke left. Uh, Perhaps dishonestly, perhaps tendentiously, but what he later begins to describe is this simple kind of transgressive approach to politics. It doesn't matter what you're against so long as you are against something. And you find many people on the left, what is broadly described as the left today. Sorry, Brother Nathaniel is DMing me. What is broadly described as the left today, who are simply coalitionists. And by that I mean, so long as there is anything which they define as oppression, they are on the same team as the oppressed. So he's not wrong in that sense. There is a kind of puerile left which exists in Western society which conforms with his norms. I'm sorry, Amiro, I'm like gone mentally, but I'm doing my best here.
No worries, man. I just hope that you stick around and don't fall asleep on us, bro. Do we have any hands? I don't see anything.
Shall I?
No, we're good. We don't have any.
Oh,
Well,
yes,
I would
David.
say this. Yeah. So Henry David Thoreau has a wonderful chapter in Walden called Economy. And in that chapter, he weighs all of the things he possesses. He weighs everything he's doing in terms of his a trade-off between himself, his consciousness, and it's almost like a servitude that you sort of commit yourself to. You become enslaved by the very things that you think are going to improve your existential plight. I think he gave an example. He said he threw a table away out of his cabin because he had to dust it so often. And I think that is a little, if I'm going to be generous here, I think this is a little bit of where Ted Kaczynski was going. Just imagine this incredible, this vast web of technology and everything. And all of a sudden, we find that we're serving it instead of it serving us. And so, at the very least, it's a clarion call for recalibration to say, wait a second now, what is the purpose of life? Well, let's ask my friend Aristotle. It's to be happy. Aristotle's genius, he's the greatest genius of all time, is to measure people by their own yardstick, which is the implicit desire to be happy. Do these things conduce to happiness or immiseration? These things do not conduce to happiness, except if we are able to judiciously and carefully use them in the pursuit of happiness, which is totally, uh, I hate to cite Mr. Marx again, but he wrote his thesis on Epicurus, who founded these egalitarian communities based on the principles of three things, which is one, you should have your friends around you all the time. The two is you should have a self-sustained life where you shouldn't live in exiguous poverty. And the third is time for reflection, time to reflect and improve the quality of your soul. Well, technology doesn't do that, does it? Technology is more of the bag of potato chips where we just keep going and wanting more and more. So I do think, and I guess this is why I want to pose this as a question to you. Isn't this why you created the space? Isn't Aren't you doing, my friend, a rethink on is technology working to our betterment or to our detriment?
Uh, well, I want to just read his essay word by word and find out what he's right about and what he's wrong about. And I also want to mention parts of my book that were inspired by kind of reading his work and trying to correct his very, near misses, like his near misses with things, like over socialization and the power process and all the other stuff we'll get into, surrogate activities. But also because it's relevant to our times now, where technology is developing rapidly, and we're seeing very quickly that they're willing to sacrifice us for machines, and it's just an extinction event waiting to happen. The Terminator, and can't be more clear than that. And so that's basically what we're doing here. Yep.
Well,
You're,
in the process of doing that, let's just not forget, you just immediately put that in the third person of what they're doing. But what do we want, right? We have to decide that. If we're going to rebel against it, you don't just, the greatest revolutions are always in favor of something and not just rejecting something. That's why the American Revolution was successful and the French Revolution was a failure. So let's just think of, well, what do we want? What is autonomy? What is enlightenment? These sorts of things. If we visit every monastic environment in the world, whether it be Buddhist or Hindu or Trappist or, when it doesn't matter what it is, we'll find they're very similar people. They're not acquisitive. Socrates walked out in the marketplace and said, so many things that I do not want. And of course, these people are this way. And then why is it that they seem so uncommonly kind and generous spirited and happy? So we have to think about what we want in the context of all this, and not just what they're doing to us. Right? Do you agree with that?
I agree. Yes, what we want for sure. And I mean, I would argue that he's saying the power process and satisfying that is one of the main driving forces, and that technology gets in the way of that. And by directly getting in the way of the power process, you lose autonomy and dignity. And that, see, we haven't gotten to the power process just yet. It's like 2 or 3 sections ahead of us. But basically, he says, set a goal, put an effort to attain the goal, then attain the goal, and having a certain degree of autonomy while doing it. So it's these four functions. And when you look at what the PFC does, it does goal setting, it does task initiation, and it is basically responsible for self control, which means autonomy. So when he says we should do the power process and technology gets in the way of that, he's basically talking about, whether he knows it or not, a function of the PFC, which is one of the things that makes us, or it's the thing that makes us human. And it is directly affected by technology encroaching on us. But it is also at the same time facilitated by technology in certain situations. In other words, it saves us time, right? Having a refrigerator, having plumbing, having these basic things that are relying on technology put like these urgent problems in maintenance mode and frees us up to do other things, what he will later call surrogate activities in a derogatory way. But I argue that they're actually voluntary actions, which is basically the unit of currency that our brains use to make things happen. This sets a goal and initiates a series of behaviors to attain the goal. And that is autonomy, and there's dignity in that. When the goals are achieved for you, and you had very little autonomy in accomplishing your goals, then you will have very little dignity, very little autonomy, and technology doing art for us, doing calculations for us, doing everything for us is taking away our ability to engage in the power process, our ability to set our own goals and put our own effort autonomously to accomplish them, and that process itself causes a lot of mental health and stress, according to Kaczynski. And I would argue, because we are the PFC being, and this power process describes the PFC functions, or one of them, pretty accurately, I would say if you stop the PFC being from using its PFC in a healthy way, it will become unhealthy. And so we haven't gotten to that yet, but I would just like to continue reading and it will all kind of come out. But my book, The Immaturity Pandemic, was heavily inspired by his work because that will be revealed later. But I read it after Walden 2, written by B.F. Skinner. So I was working with children with autism and using behavior modification to treat them. And I was also at the same time learning more about Skinner and behaviorism and PFC. And when reached um, this essay, a lot of things just started clicking. I wasn't sure what it is that was clicking, but I just felt like there's something here that people have not harnessed yet, that I'm starting to notice from all these things that I've put together. So I would like to kind of organically reveal that to my friend Nathaniel, because I would like to, and the listeners here, to show them how I think and why I think this way. Um, and so, because I'm someone who talks about the PFC all the time, and I think we need to become a PFC nation, uh, basically legislation, rules, laws should just factor that in. Let's just be intelligent beings. Like you look at a giraffe and you think that's a neck being. You look at a human, just think PFC, and you will get a lot of it right. And I don't know why neuroscientists don't hammer this in enough, but it's become very clear to me. And this essay, oddly enough, can help make it clear too. And since I advocate for the PFC so much because I think it's the thing that makes humans mature, and technology has this direct relationship with it, where as it gets more and more powerful, it sacrifices autonomy and dignity, hence decreasing PFC activity. It directly threatens the human race. And then when you think about the end result of what happens in the technological society, is right now what we're seeing is basically a stronger, shinier human that is more intelligent and more durable, right? So literally our replacement is being created, and basically our autonomy and dignity is being transferred to a metal body. And in a sense, this is like life versus metal, right? Organic brain versus metal brain. And I'm still trying to understand it. I want to listen to everyone else and see what you guys think, but I've been wanting to share these ideas with people for a long time, and I still can't articulate it very well, but I do know that I'm onto something, and I hope you guys get any kind of value from this. I don't know what you have to say to that, David. Sorry, it was kind of a long rant there.
I thought you were about to play something. You keep saying the
No.
prefrontal cortex, but isn't that us? I mean, isn't that redundant? You say it like in the third person, but isn't, I mean, obviously that's where the seat of our volitional capacity, which constitutes our identity. So when you say PFC, you're just saying us, humans, right?
Yes, but I'm being very specific about the measurable functions of this thing. Like you can count them on your hands, potentially, maybe 10 of them. And I'm trying to specify, like, literally, technology, if not controlled, will harm our PFCs, period. And here's exactly how: by naming the exact functions of the PFC. And there's not that many. Like it's like I said, 10, or maybe a bit more than that, but like 10 primary ones. And so I just want to also spread that information as well, because I always talk about the PFC. And yes, it is the thing that makes us human, but the collective effort of everything that is us, from our body, mind, heart, soul, that whole dance makes us us. But when we look at the human as an animal, the PFC is like responsible for self control, and our volition is heavily associated with our identity, our behavior, reputation, and the choices that we make, and how much we inhibit ourselves when a bad desire is um sorry, I got a text. When a bad desire is like prompting us and we resist. um Sorry, I keep getting
So
this
basically,
text.
delayed gratification.
Delayed gratification and all of the other executive functions: planning, initiation, task initiation. Like if you think about it, religion comes out of the fact that we have the ability to select our own behaviors. And behavior selection is a combination of inhibition of impulses and emotions and selecting uh, actions most likely associated with a future goal, right? And there's a lot
Well,
of,
I mean, I would
these
say,
different functions
uh,
that work together, and technology
wouldn't it
can get in the
be
way of this process kind of just running smoothly.
Mhm. Wouldn't it be reasonable to say that religion and science were born in the same day? The moment that we could access our historical consciousness to conceptualize for the future, of course, it produces anxiety because all of a sudden we realize that with the caveman sitting there thinks, well, the sun is shining on me, I feel great. But the moment that he can see into the future, then all of a sudden he feels anxiousness and anxiety. And what's his answer? Well, to prepare for the future. And this is where science comes in. But then religion, of course, is to tide us over evil, to make us feel that there is some control, that we have some dominion that we don't have, to make us feel better. That's why the belief in providence is so ineradicable, is because it tides us over that evil. But wouldn't you say that both of these are the product of the conceptual faculty, and essentially that they were, and I'm saying speaking in poetic fashion, born on the same day?
You're saying religion and science were born in the same day?
Hmm. Yeah, that basically they're the product of the conceptual faculty. That you couldn't think of a higher being. You couldn't conceptual because this is all conceptual, right? So obviously we're talking about the conceptual faculty, which of course represents a certain stage of evolution in terms of human consciousness. Isn't that so?
Well, I would say maybe I should specify what I mean by religion. Moral systems where free choice is assumed that, it's something that you have. Basically, you have the ability of behavior selection. And now the world of good and evil opens up. Because if you were just running on instincts, you would not be tested on choices. But given that you can now make choices as a moral creature, that creates the religious realm. Whereas science is more the method to discover truth. So I don't know if they emerge at the same time or one comes after the other, but I would separate them like this.
I think you guys are confusing religion with ethics.
Well, ethics is the mere practical expression of morality, and I do
No,
think,
ethics is a science. Ethics is a repeatable science, right?
well, in the old version of what we think of as science, which is just logic, yes, that's true, but it is the practical expression of morality, right? Is how it plays out in reality. We're very conscious of, the golden rule, that sort of thing. Like, how do we order society? This is very, I mean, this has been fleshed out in moral philosophy for the past 500 years. But I think it's interesting that you're sort of extracting the numinous quality of religiosity, like not you, but our host here. The idea that there wasn't something like, of course, the idea that there was that we weren't the helpless playthings of the universe. That certainly, it's not so random that we could just die because of the storm or the drought or the famine, and that religion was a conceptual response to that. Do you not think that that defines religion as well?
Give me just a second, Brother Amiru. Robert, I had seen your hand and I was going to call on you. I was waiting for Brother Amiru to finish speaking. I didn't want to call you while he was speaking. So if we stick to the hands while we need them, we will get to them. I promise.
Thank you.
Brother
And
Amiru?
David is an honorary co-host. I don't can I make you
Yes,
co-host? Am I
yes.
retarded? Yes, I can make you. Well, if you want to, it's there for you. Um, so we're just kind of going back and forth. David, I'd hate to say this to you because I'd like to think that I can keep up with you, and I think I can, but can you explain it like I'm five just so that I can answer your question concisely?
Well, I'm simply saying that the idea that there's something bigger than us is a conceptual idea, right? So we can't there so in ancient Australopithecines, somewhere, I mean, obviously, did Neanderthals think this, for instance? At some point, and I would say, let's just say it was some point in the existence of the past 60,000 years with Homo sapiens, this idea, there's the numinous idea of something bigger than us, than beyond us, is because we realize we become aware of our mortality. This is not true of the lower animals, right? The lower animals live in a cyclical existence. They don't really conceptualize something beyond the day. But it's when the conceptual faculty was sufficiently developed that we had to sort of think in advance in terms of the imitation of nature, which we call science. The beginning of science was just imitating nature, by the way. And then, of course, not creating, but maybe conceptualizing religiosity in order to, as a psychological response to the anxiety of what might happen in the future.
I think
Does
I
that make sense
understand
to
it
you?
better now, and I'm glad you said it, and I'll try to answer as truthfully as possible. And I really am trying to
Okay.
answer you directly, okay? Uh, I would say ethics slash morality is a part of religion, and another part of it is what you just said, and I call them final answers to the final questions. Essentially, once we've gotten our ability to see into the future, which is planning and organizing, executive function, PFC. But yes, once we have the ability to look into the future, or plan goals for the future, and then take action to accomplish them, and then abstract that even more and more up until like the end point of existence, what happens then? And then it's like that's a question, and there has to be a final answer to that, let's say final question or final questions, which are why are we here, what are we supposed to do, where do we come from, etc. And that I think religion fills in those holes because they do create anxiety. For someone like me who is agnostic, I don't have answers to those final questions, and so I have multiple theories running at once. But I do believe in the concept of God. Let's say I'm 80-20 on that, but I believe in it in my own idiosyncratic way, and I'm kind of having faith in Muslim, Christian, and even the freaking Judaistic brothers that everyone thought of God, even though we were miles apart, because they were onto something. They were onto some sort of invisible moral system that we can't see, and a potential creator slash being slash something greater. And what is that thing? I cannot define it, and it's still a theory, but I act, it's kind of like what Jordan Peterson says, and I know people have mixed feelings about Jordan Peterson, and so do I, by the way. But there are some things he says that are right, and this is something I don't know if he meant it sincerely, but I certainly do when I say I kind of act like God exists. That's how I act. But what is actually going on, I don't know, and I'm just curious about it. But then I'll add one more thing. So there's the ethics, there's answers to the final questions. These are components of religion. And I'll add one more thing, which is magical thinking, which is one of the attributes of schizotypal. You've heard me talk about this, David, schizophrenia, schizotypal, whatever. And they speculate that magical thinking is kind of where religious thinking comes from. So could it be that the imagination ability developed as a result of trying to look into the future and imagine a potential future? That's where imagination is unlocked. And you can use it as a toy and make comics and cartoons and fiction, etc. But it was essentially built for kind of creating simulations in your head. And then that ability comes with unintended consequences such as schizophrenia. Too much imagination, too much magical thinking, that you actually hear thoughts as like other people, and that kind of crazy stuff. So the combination of imagination slash magical thinking from schizotypal type thinking, ethics, and answers to the final questions, and maybe there's more categories. I think that's what religion is.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I have a hand. We have a hand, rather. Robert, please.
Well, thank you, Amira. And in tandem with the conversation, as it pertains to religion, I think that there are, I think I agree on a lot of the, on the way it's being described and its origins, so to speak, at least to a certain extent. So, like, we do have anxiety as a result of lack of knowledge. So this is one reason why religion came into existence, right? So it's a lack of knowledge. The fact that we can, and the fact that we're aware of our what we are knowledgeable about, our, but at the same time we're infinitely deficient in knowledge, and then we're going to continuously thirst for knowledge, right? So that's number one problem. Number two problem, I think, is power, like ability to have power over things, command over our situation, over nature. But we're constantly striving for more power, and not necessarily for a bad thing. And power kind of gives it, like, modernity has given power like a kind of a geopolitical type of negative connotations, but the expression of like power, ability to do good with with your resources, and so we have power, recognize we have power, lack thereof, infinite lack of power, and then mortality, right? So we exist, we were alive, but we also die. We can't explain this. This causes anxiety because we live a linear, progressive type of a life, like a book where we have a beginning, a middle, and an end. time being the measurement of that process, right? And so and to understand like what our destiny is, we live in a, and we derive our morality based off of ideas, understanding where the origin of these ideas come from. We do recognize that they're good and they're bad, right? And so and what's interesting about ideas is that they can't be really random because there's shared ideas. People are able to share concepts, and those concepts are able to be understood and dictate behavior for a communal purpose, a communal good purpose that's agreeable to people all over, basically transcends societies and peoples and those type of border type of boundaries. So like, you know, I certainly think that religion is created. I think religion is something that was created for a purpose. It has a beginning, middle, and end. And also, as a Christian, as an Orthodox Christian, I believe that since it's created by God, uh, created by the Trinity, God being person, not a thing, because as we know, law of causality, that no effect could be greater than its cause. So at the very least, God is person. He has personality, and he has ability to, um, you know, uh, you know, express himself in a way that is above the carnal nature of things, right? So we have this carnal existence shared with a spiritual existence, and this tripartite nature, which makes up humanity by mind, body, and soul. I'm sorry, mind, body, and spirit. I think that these, understanding how to properly, uh, how to behave, proper volition of the soul, is important as to how to behave, and what is the originate? Where are all these ideas originated from? Where are all these sciences originated from? Because again, they are repeatable. It's a phenomena that exists. I mean, just like the scientific method, religion has a method. It has a process. It's a repeatable process. It's meant and it's meant for a particular outcome. So that's my take on it. And I'm very interested in hearing more because Ted Kaczynski is a very interesting individual. I think he's again, it's important to be cautious. Obviously, we do live in a free country, at least we think we do. But at the same time, we need to be able to unpack what he was really saying, because a lot of people think that it was just a rambling manifesto, and I think that his ability to think I think people need to humble themselves, and to be able to say like, hey man, this guy, maybe he had some problems, and perhaps he didn't, he went about things the wrong way, but that doesn't mean to say that we can't learn something from what he said, because he was uh, mathematical genius, and I think that it's important to maybe sift through some of his papers to be able to see if he has anything to contribute to our society, or at least how we can use that information in a good way. Thank you.
And I,
You're absolutely right, Robert. Yes, and thanks, Amira, for stopping us from being too ADHD and creating order.
no,
And
that's fine, Brother Ami. Forgive me. Before you answer, Robert, get something to drink, okay? Um, Brother Amiru, go right ahead.
Amira, you have a great sense of humor. I don't even realize it before. It's so subtle, but I appreciate it. So, Nathaniel, if you have not fallen asleep, I would love to hear you read the next section here. And there it is. All right.
Oh wait, sorry, you were talking to me. I'm
Oh,
sorry, I
no, no,
missed.
not you, Nathaniel, my
Oh,
co-host, because we're taking turns reading um, his essay. There's a link in the comments if anyone wants to come up and read. Otherwise, David, if you would like to, we're at feelings of inferiority. Otherwise, I'll just continue.
Do I want to read Kaczynski?
Well,
No, I'm waiting for the movie.
gotcha, gotcha. Well, we were trying to have people participate anyway.
Don't tell me how it ends.
Gotcha, gotcha. So, feelings of inferiority.
I will.
Yes.
I will say before you start, our friend here that talked about God having, it would be sort of impossible for God to have a personality, right? Because personality represents the sort of the division between our ignorance and our what we know. And if we think of God as an omniscient being, the one thing he can't do is think, right? Because thinking is the grunt work you do to arrive at knowledge. And of course, if you're all knowing, I mean, this is a bit of a paradox, but this idea that God would have a personality seems to be totally contradictory with the concept of omniscience, because if we're all omniscient, we would have arrived, all roads lead to Rome. We would have arrived to the same post personality present.
Yeah, but that's if we all follow the same path. There's also
No,
deviation.
no, no. It doesn't matter which path. Would all arrive at the same place. So you remember the little squiggly thing you do in the breakfast house where you get to the middle, a little puzzle, a little labyrinthine puzzle. Okay, so you start at one end, or there's one of the four places you'd start, but you could find a way in the middle. But all roads lead to Rome. All once you get into the middle, you're exactly the same, right? Because that which differentiates you and currently constitutes your identity is the very odd and unique division between that which you know and that which you don't know. This is probably a little too philosophical, but anyway, it just it's just this idea that
Well,
the God could have a personality seems to be contradictory with the concept, or mutually exclusive to the concept of omniscience.
is it like just axiomatically? I mean, like again, these are like based off of axioms. So it's like not saying God has our personality. I mean, I'm not. He's, but
Gentlemen, hands, please. Go ahead, Robert.
oh, okay. Yeah, I was just speaking like axiomatically in the sense that trying to make a point without having to describe God's characteristics. But I certainly think that like we would all come to the same conclusion, and maybe we all do come to the same conclusion. We certainly do. But at the same time, we have to admit that time is a factor, and coming to that conclusion, some people will come once time ends. There's no more movement, so that not everybody will come to the same conclusion before time ends. And I think that is that's important factor. So yes, I think I agree with you that we would have all come to the same conclusion, but because time is a factor and change is a factor in nature, that and error, some people come to the finish line before others, and that's part of life. But the purpose of religion is to make the most efficient path to God to as possible, and this is and that's why there can only be one true religion, in my belief. And I think that logically there could be only one true religion if there is only one true God, and if you can't have more than one God, because if you have more than one gods, then you don't have omnipotence, you have a God subject to decay, and this is an impossibility, it's a contradiction. So, all I'm saying is that yes, I agree with you that everybody ought to come to the same conclusion, but not everybody will because time is a factor.
Brother Amiru.
Thanks, Amira, and thanks, Robert, for your for contributing. Okay, so continuing. Feelings of inferiority. 10. By quote, feelings of inferiority, end quote, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but a whole spectrum of related traits, such as low self esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. 11. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him, or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings, or low self esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The terms, quote, Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word, quote, pet and insist on its replacement by, quote, animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace world. I think it's a typo word. They want to replace the word, quote, primitive by non-literate. They seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that any primitive culture is inferior to our own. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out that hypersensitivity of leftish we merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. 12. Those who are most sensitive about, quote, politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many of whom do not even belong to any, quote, oppressed group, but come from privileged strata of society. Political correctness has its stronghold among university professors, who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. 13. Many leftists have an intense identification with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak, such as women, defeated, such as American Indians, repellent, such as homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We are only making a point about leftist psychology. It's not holding back, that's for sure. 14. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. 15. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them. Or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out, and often greatly exaggerates, these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus, it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. 16. Words like, quote, self confidence, self reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc., play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti individualistic, pro collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. 17. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. 18. Modern leftist philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundations of scientific knowledge about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftist philosophers are not simply cool headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally in their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility. and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, such as failed or inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection by many leftists of the concept of mental illness and the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. Thus, if a person is inferior, it is not his fault, but society's because he has not been brought up properly. I'm just going to pause real quick here. Does anyone want to pitch in before I continue?
Yes, I was going to take over.
Great. Please do.
Okay. All right. And when I'm ready to trade off, perhaps Robert, if he's up to it, and he's had a drink, as I suggested. 19. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, a self promoter, a ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. 1. But the leftist is too far gone for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable. Hence the collectivism of the leftist. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or a mass movement with which he identifies himself. 20. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as a means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self hatred is a leftist trait. I don't agree with that.
Me
21.
neither.
No, I really don't. 21. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or by moral principles. And moral principle does play a role for the leftist of the over socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior. So is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for Black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping Black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm Black people because the activists' hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. When we do the debrief on this, we're definitely talking about this because
Yep.
he never met Palestine activists.
Right.
22. If our society had no social problems at all, the leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism.
Thank you, Amira, and I agree with you. We definitely have to address these parts, especially because I'm a leftist and I want to, defend myself and defend, let's say, my group, or at least the types of people that think in this way, right, in a leftist way. First off, I would say there is this tendency in some leftists, right? But I would also say that this tendency is in all kinds of people. I would say that it's in people who are weak, let's say, or defeated or sick, um, you know, but like you were saying, the Palestinian activists, for example, are not masochistic. They are not self hating. They are not petty. They are not looking for an excuse to hurt someone. They are, like many of us here, standing up for people that can't stand up for themselves. And they're fighting for the greater good. And in the case of America, also for our own voice, like the people can disagree and not be voting for or approving of a genocide. And that doesn't make us evil. So there's multiple layers to protesting, let's say. And also something to think about with laying down is what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to be violent in a country where you will be punished and be put in jail and you can't get away with crimes? Like maybe it's the limitations of the law that also make people find any kind of way to, let's say, fight. So, but yeah, I would like to hear your thoughts on that, Amira.
Well, protesters in the United States have been machine gunned by the government, uh, uh, killed by police. In the case of environmental tree sitters in the Pacific Northwest, I know of at least. Actually, there are two. One in the Northwest, another one I think uh, near the middle of the country. But they they used um, psychological warfare tactics against them uh, to disorient them violently enough that one person fell to their death, uh, and the other one pretty much the same thing. And if we think back on strikers back in well, think of Blair Mountain. Uh, that was in the 18th. No, it was this century. Well, last century, I believe. But they called in they called in federal troops who were firing on them. Police were firing on American citizens. So there is a precedent of you step out of line, you speak back to us, you speak truth to power, we can kill you. I mean, what do you think Kent State was? What was that, 1970, I think? And we only have those pictures by a twist of fate, because the police went around collecting and exposing film wherever they found cameras of people that had been there. But there is a precedence to silence uh, voices that are not wanted, um, using any means necessary. And there is one of my homes. I I float around Texas, but there's a restaurant in Texas called Pinkertons. Uh, they're known for this really bad barbecue. Anyway, Pinkertons. I wonder, does anyone know what Pinkertons really means? What it comes from? Or is everyone asleep?
No, where does it come from?
Okay. Uh,
And then we'll go to
in,
Matt. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, I said then we'll go to Matt because he was waving at me.
Yes, yes, I saw Matt. I saw Matt. Pinkertons, Pinkerton was the name of the guards uh, that were called in, uh, that did a lot of the brutalizing, and in uh, a few cases, well, more than that, killing of strikers. So uh, there's a long history there. Matt, please go right ahead.
Yeah, I was waiting because I was just acknowledging I knew what the Pinkertons were. They were, if you hear the term troubleshooter, that's where that comes from. When Chinese immigrants or the Irish or any of the immigrants working for the railroad would get all uppity because they were starving to death while being worked to death, the Pinkertons were kind of an enforcement part, but they were also a detective agency, and they did other things. But as who watches the Watchmen, right? They were kind of given agency, and they went around and they did shoot unarmed people. There's evidence that they were the law, but they were also the wall. And the palindrome of that is not escapes me. But yes, the Pinkertons did things auspiciously for law and order, but they also did things outside of the law. So as tends to happen when people have the reins of the illusion of power over others, and it really just depends on who's got the money backing whom and how familiar they are with the territory. But yeah, the Pinkertons were a mixed bag, let's call them that. You got to take the good and the bad, mostly because if you don't, you're just going to get more bad.
True.
So,
Definitely true.
yeah.
That's true.
Before we continue,
So
I would like to play a couple of clips.
what?
Oh, were you not done, Matt? Please go ahead.
No. I was just gonna. I was commenting on that because I didn't know who the Pinkertons were.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I actually Googled
Uh,
it. I'm reading it. It's like wild, but thanks.
yeah. It's an interesting story, and they've shown up in a lot of westerns and other things. There's a lot of history there.
Well, I learned something today. Thanks,
Um,
Samira and Matt. I appreciate you guys. So I want to
Of
put
course,
I want to
I
play a
mean,
clip of Tim Dillon commenting on Thiel. Then I'm going to play another clip where Thiel is giving his thoughts on humanity, which probably a lot of you have heard, but just to kind of set the tone. So here's Tim Dillon on Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I just think, Peter Thiel's giving a 4-part lecture on the Antichrist. Yeah, that seems odd. 4 part. Well, here's what's really wild to me: 4 parts. It's not just one. One lecture on the Antichrist would be insane. This guy's doing a series. He's doing a 4-part lecture on the Antichrist, and nobody in his inner orbit went, Peter, how about one lecture on the Antichrist or no lectures? Not 4. Well, I don't think he understands the optics. He certainly does not.
That's true. And just to show you how much he doesn't understand the optics, here's Peter Thiel.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating. Yeah, well, yes? I don't know. I would. This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation. There's so many questions implicit in this. Should the human race survive? Yes. Okay. But I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems. Right. And so it's always, I don't know, um, yeah, transhumanism is this, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans people in a sexual context, or I don't know, transvestite is someone who changes their clothes and cross dresses, and a transsexual is someone where you change your, I don't know, penis into a vagina, and we can then debate how well those surgeries work. But we want more transformation than that. It's the critique is not that it's weird and unnatural. It's, man, it's so pathetically little. And okay, we want more than cross dressing or changing your sex organs. We want you to be able to change your heart and change your mind and change your whole body. And then Orthodox Christianity, by the way, the critique Orthodox Christianity has of this is these things don't go far enough. Like that transhumanism is just changing your body, but you also need to transform your soul, and you need to transform your whole self. And so right, but the other where, wait. I'm sorry. I generally agree with your what I think is your belief that religion should be a friend to science and ideas of scientific progress. I think any idea of divine providence has to encompass the fact that we have progressed and achieved and done things that would have been unimaginable to our ancestors. But it still also seems like, yeah, the promise of Christianity in the end is you get the perfected body and the perfected soul through God's grace, and the person who tries to do it on their own with a bunch of machines is likely to end up as a dystopian character. Well, it's let's articulate it. And you can have a heretical form of Christianity, right? That says something else. I don't know. I think the word nature does not occur once in the Old Testament, and so if you and there is a word in which a sense in which the way I understand the Judeo-Christian inspiration is it is about transcending nature. It is about overcoming things, and and the closest thing you can say to nature is that people are fallen, and that's the natural thing in a Christian sense is that you're messed up, and that's true. But there's some ways that with God's help, you are supposed to transcend that and overcome that.
So yeah, these people are out of their mind. Interesting that he says Judeo-Christian there. But yeah, this is why we're talking about this stuff because yes, people are awakening to the JQ stuff and it's a threat, but there's also this other looming threat with the technocrats and they're insane. They're willing to discard their bodies and become machines because maybe they don't value life. But we do. We enjoy eating. We enjoy being humans. I don't know if you guys have watched Spider-Man 1 with Garfield where the lizard is trying to turn. He has like one arm and he turns into a lizard. Then he gets his arm back and it's better and stronger and whatever. and he thinks this is the best way to be. Like this, we should just turn everyone into a lizard. And this is similar. It's like maybe it is better, but if we were gonna transform, it has to be a choice. It has to be something that we want to do. We're not on board with this, but they don't care about. They don't care if we're on board or not. And what I was playing earlier, where he was saying, technology is an alternative to politics. He's trying to circumvent all the systems just so they can have their wishes come true, right? With him turning into a robot and satisfying his fantasies, and Elon trying to conquer Mars so he can take all his baby mamas there and make a planet all to himself. And these people have weird, childish goals, and yet they also have most of the power that you could say rivals nukes. It might be more dangerous than nukes. And they are circumventing bureaucracy and democracy. They don't care about that. They want to skip past it. And what are you going to do about it? Right? So this is, like I said, Ted Kaczynski's nightmare in the flesh. If he was here, I mean, maybe they would get something in the mail. Let's just say that. But if there's no hands, I would like to continue reading.
Actually, we do have a hand. Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I did want to touch upon what was said earlier. I forget who it was, maybe Nathaniel. I can't remember, but how this there is a one-sided view here. The things he's identifying are human traits. They absolutely are, but they're not synonymous with one specific group or ideology. Human beings degrade into these states individually. They don't necessarily need the programming to do that. We do program ourselves. We find things that we affiliate with or would believe, at least auspiciously, that we would prefer, but it doesn't necessarily mean so. Popular doesn't mean good by any means. You could see that on a day-to-day basis. There are things that are popular, but people watch them because they freaking hate them. They're not gaining anything necessarily good by watching reality television. Basically, what they're doing is trying to make a basis of comparison why they can justify their own terrible behavior because these other people are terrible and they're popular. And so it's a cyclical thing. And I don't think it belongs specifically to any party or ideations at all. I think it's intrinsic in human nature to be of a herd mentality, or at least at a level of acceptance to where one could justify their own actions, or by adopting other actions and dogmas that they can kind of hide from the responsibility of taking control of their own agency.
Thank you, Matt. So before I continue, before we started, I was saying like I want us to keep in mind his cynicism and maybe his mental state as we read, because he starts off with this extreme like urgency of like the industrial revolution is a disaster for the human race, and instead of talking about technology, he pivots to talking about a symptom of technology, which is what he's saying, leftism and its negative consequences, which kind of shows maybe some sort of resentment. Something that he has a bone to pick with them. He wants to get it out of his system first before he dives into the technology. So that's probably why we haven't really mentioned technology very much. There's still a couple more sections here over socialization, power process, circuit activities. It's kind of talking about psychology, human behavior, and stuff. But pretty soon here, we'll start talking about technology and things like, you know, technology has this property of starting off optional and then becoming mandatory. Like for example, cars, when they were first created, they were not everyone needed a car, but after a certain point, society itself started molding around cars. There's roads, there's less places to walk and more places to drive, and essentially with every new technological development, there are inevitable changes to society. Um, and smartphones are another example of that. Smartphones started as optional, and now it's kind of like universally owned. And that's maybe what happens with AI. If you go too far, it's going to just change the system and you can't go back. And I think that's why he talks about breaking it all down, because he can't think of an alternative, which I'm hoping we can come up with that by the end of this. But anyway, I'm going to continue here. So now we're going to talk about the second, what he calls trait of leftism, over socialization. Over socialization, 24. Psychologists use the term, quote, socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of a society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. 25. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or other, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non moral origin. We use the term, quote, over socialized to describe such people. And if I can add something myself, this what he's describing here, I think, applies to both, leftists, conservatives, centrists, all humans. There are people who are more in touch with their shadow and slash dark side, and those who are not. And if you remember what Carl Jung says about the shadow, he says that to acquire maturity, one has to come to terms with the shadow, with their dark side, not to become, dark themselves, but just to acknowledge the flaws of being human and the inevitable darkness that we have, because otherwise if we are not conscious of our shadow and take hold of it, it will run rampant on its own. So either we are conscious of it and control it, or it will act on its own. So there are many people that refuse to maybe admit that they have a dark side, and there are many religious people that are like this, who almost miss the point of religion in many cases. So yes, he's saying leftist, but I would say this is a type of person that could be on any side, someone who refuses the shadow, let's say. Continuing. 26. Over socialization can lead to low self esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important ways by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over socialized person are more restricted by society's expectations than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self hatred. The over socialized person cannot even experience, without guilt, thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think, quote, unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on rails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. 27. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over socialized, and that their over socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left wing segment. So, here, this is a clue, right? That he might hold some resentment towards universities as a whole. No, not to mention, because of MK Ultra also occurring in a university, he has many reasons to, let's say, resent professors and universities. And he's called the Unabomber because he was sending homemade bombs to universities and to airports. So this is maybe why he's bashing leftists more, and that's kind of clouding what he's talking about here. It would be more accurate to say, I think, that over socialization is something that can happen to any person, and maybe it happens to leftists more. I would argue that's true. That there are more leftists than people who are on the right who are over socialized, but I wouldn't say that it's strictly their trait. Continuing. 28. The leftist of the over socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually, he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by the mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles, but justify their hostility to society by claiming, with some degree of truth, that society is not living up to these principles. Amira, would you like to continue? Otherwise, I can.
Yes, I can. Give me a second. And which number were you on?
We're at 29 under over socialization.
Okay. All right. 29. Here is an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows his real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action for moving Black people into high prestige jobs, for improved education in Black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the Black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the Black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the Black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in, give me a second. Okay. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating Black style food, listening to Black style music, wearing Black, I keep getting, okay, I had to enlarge it, I'm sorry.
No worries.
And wearing Black style clothing and going to a Black style church or a mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the Black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life white. They want to make Black fathers responsible. They want Black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. 30. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly, they sometimes do. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them because they are over socialized. These restraints have been more confining for them than for others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify their rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. 31. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies in the psychology of modern leftism. 32. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left, though they are especially noticeable in the left. They are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth.
Thank you very much, Amira. Um, do we have
Okay.
any hands before we make our comments?
Let's have. No, we don't. We
Okay.
don't have a
Do you
hand
have any
in that.
thoughts before we continue?
Yes, actually, I do. Going over this, I'm, I know that he wrote this when he was, a bit, young, uh, because, there's another that he wrote, unless, unless it's, cobbled out of several of these, sections. um, that that was the one that the anarchists were passing around, and it didn't have a lot of this language, and um, it kind of um, does these he has these very very antiquated notions about race, about how uh, Caucasian or even Hispanic uh, leftists uh, might uh, think or see, think of or see a Black person, um, or think of Black culture. Um, the way he talks about Black music, uh, and he brings up gangs. And I know he's just trying to illustrate it, but it's also like uh, where when you were reading earlier, um, two words came up: broads and chicks. I never get offended if I get called a broad, because I think of some of the women that, uh, they wore that as a badge of honor. Getting called a chick, I call myself a chick sometimes. So this, him talking about how activists stigmatized uh, these terms, he's he's grabbing at maybe one Karen that made the news, complaining about, oh, he called me this, and he's blowing it out of proportion. And and just he has these. He paints with very broad strokes, and and it's concerning. It's concerning that he he doesn't he doesn't really understand. I mean, this whole thing that these ideas he has about violence, uh, and about the way sometimes it's used. Well, the activists uh, that uh, destroy uh, weapons at um, at weapons manufacturing plants, here and abroad. The activists to do that, uh, they're not, acting out of, some clockwork orange, you know, that 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 tacky film. What was it? The Purge. They're not having their moment of violence, um, because they're so repressed. But the way that he writes about it, it's I don't know. I don't know, because the what I have read from him, I really admired him greatly. And here, um, it's he seems to be a product of an earlier era, um, and that's why I question, uh, you know, exactly how old he was when he wrote this, because it could be that what I read months ago was written by a more adult Ted Kaczynski compared to this. That's
Maybe you read what he wrote after he was in prison, potentially.
it could be. It very well could be. Yes.
Yeah, well, that would explain it. And I agree with you. Definitely paints with broad strokes. And then at the very end, he says, um, where does he say this? We realize that there are many objections that could be raised, and then he says that this is a general problem, like with society overall, Like, why couldn't you just lead with that? And that kind of just shows that there's some sort of personal vendetta here against leftists that's clouding a conclusion that is actually correct about certain people are like this. There are certainly women that would get offended by chick or whatever broad. And there are people who would overreact if you call someone black. Like, don't call him black, call him African American, whatever. Like, it's a type of person for sure, but it's definitely not all leftists or most leftists, I would even say. Matt, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I totally agree. I completely, yeah, 100%. You know, I did read these back in the 90s. I read this stuff. And that's what drew me to this space. I thought, oh my gosh, that's awesome. Because I was literally talking about this a couple days ago. So that, you know, as he did cherry pick things that stood out to him in society, you know, he's using a system of creating dogmas to dismantle dogmas, and it just doesn't work. You know, if you could, the thing is, he could have written this manifesto in about 3 paragraphs, but he's going on, and really what we're witnessing, or at least what I interpreted in my original reading, was that it's autobiographical to a rather large extent. And he's using liberalism, as he calls it, or whatever. You know,
Leftism.
yeah, he's using that as a beard. He's to me, he's holding up a mirror, looking at his dark side, finding and cherry picking maybe certain experiences in his life that he can ascribe to this external thing. But if it was so foreign and alien, it wouldn't make any sense. So what we have here is revelations of senses of self that you can demonize through someone else's actions. The handing over of agency, for instance, and by the way, Amir, when you said broad strokes, I was thinking exactly those words in exactly that moment. I said, this guy is painting an impressionist painting on a super grand scale. So there's a blue dot here and a green smudge there, and he's just smudging his way through. And until you step back and see his larger picture, which ultimately is just an impression. There are no ultimate grand truths other than these are patterns of behavior that people fall into regardless of their ideologies. We're just people. And I certainly have made plenty of the mistakes and preconceived notions and all of the things that are being played out here. But the one thing that I will not do is say, this happens because X and Y, because I would rather prefer to judge each experience upon the merits that are revealed to me in the moment, and to whitewash anything without really breaking down the individual experience causes one to sequester themselves in a shack and create bombs to blow up people that, you know, had really nothing ever to do with it. You know, if you
Well
want
said, Matt.
to, yeah.
Well said. And I think you're absolutely right in saying autobiographical, for sure. And think about, someone like me, a leftist, reading this, and I'm like, when are we gonna get into technology? I was in a way pleasantly surprised because I never thought this was something he even addressed. But it's almost like he just had to get it out of his system, and that's I think what happens next here. We get into the power process and surrogate activities, and this is where I'm going to bring up the PFC and let's say truths about humanity and how they work and how accurate he was in diagnosing that and describing it. So it just seems like he had to get it out of his system a little, and then he got to the good stuff that is psychological and also talking about technology later. But before we continue, I just want to play this clip of his brother David speaking with Oprah about when they caught him and everything.
How did you, David, come to suspect that your brother was the Unabomber?
It actually began with my wife, Linda. And interestingly enough, she had never met Ted. But she knew that Ted had this kind of phobia about technology. She knew he was estranged from the family. Mm-hmm. But I had never seen Ted violent. I couldn't believe that he was capable of it. But she did at that point say, look, the Unabomber has sent this manifesto to the Washington Post. Would you read it and tell me what you think? In 1995, Ted Kaczynski wrote a 50-plus page manifesto outlining his plan for a worldwide revolution against technology. He demanded major media outlets print his 35,000-word essay verbatim. In turn, he promised to end his bombing campaign. The manifesto was published by the Washington Post on September 19, 1995, less than 7 months before his arrest. And I thought it would be a way to allay Linda's fears. I thought I'd read that thing, I'd tell her it's not Ted. And instead, as I began to read it, I realized that the voice there was so much like Ted's. Was there some languaging? Yeah, there was a particular phrase where he had called modern philosophers cool-headed logicians. Mm-hmm. And I had recalled a similar phrase in a letter he had once sent me. And then you thought? Then the day finally came when I said to Linda, and I think it's a 50-50 chance. That it could be. Yeah. And did you ever think of not turning him in? Oh, think of the dilemma I faced. Mm-hmm. On one hand, here's my brother whom I love, who I felt your mother had told you to always protect. To protect, I remember when I was a child, she had said, never abandon your brother because that's what he fears the most, I think. Mom knew that Ted had a kind of vulnerability about him. He was going to struggle in life. Mm-hmm. How did you tell your mother? So how did you do it? You have this dread and you have this denial and you don't want to face it, but then something inside you knows that it could be true, 50-50, as you said. So then you determined to go to the FBI. If you think of the dilemma, we were in a place where any decision we made could lead to somebody's death. Right. If we did nothing, we might wake up someday and realize, hey, somebody died because we had failed to act. In that case, we'd have the blood of innocent people on our hands. On the other hand, there was the realization that if I turned Ted in, he'd committed 3 murders. He was the most wanted person in America. He could be executed. So I had to ask myself, what would it be like to go through the rest of my life with my brother's blood on my hands? I think ultimately we just felt, we couldn't live with ourselves if we failed to stop the violence. Mm-hmm. We had to act. And so we did end up, through an attorney, contacting the FBI.
So, yeah, I mean, without David's help, they would not have been able to catch him, or at least they wouldn't have at the time that they did. And it just shows how good he was at like not leaving any traces. And but I wonder if anyone on the panel thinks that they would not turn their brother in. Just wondering.
Well, can I respond?
Yes.
Chai, bless her. Chai said no, she wouldn't. And you know what? That is exactly what I would have expected from Chai. She rocks. Anyway, basically, after the last, well, even before the last 3 years with Palestine, because it's almost been 3 years. It feels like it's been 5 or 6 years. It's kind of an eternity. But with eco-activism before that, and the things that I saw happening, and the people that were getting away with things, I was confronted by an angry Zionist who tried to start a fight a couple of years ago, I guess, and they 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 spat at me with calling me a terrorist lover, and And I said, well, I'd rather be one of those than, I'd go out with any of them, any night of the week over you. And I told him, I said, uh, you're terrorist, that's my freedom fighter. And and that informs a certain line of thought because on the one hand, I understand thinking, oh gosh, our family member is killing people and we have to stop it. But by that point, hadn't the killing stopped? I mean, the Washington Post, they did publish his manifesto in full, which was what he requested. And I don't recall hearing about anything much after that. I'm not saying that he should never have faced justice. I'm a little torn because when you see the very real evil that is in our world, the very real evil that we are supposed to uh, just accept that, okay, evil's going to exist and let it continue. Um, if I were Irish, I wouldn't have turned in one of my brothers. Never. So no, I couldn't. I couldn't. Not because what he was fighting against, I mean, I don't agree with killing people. I don't. But what he was fighting against, what the eco activists of the early 2000s and in the 90s, what they were fighting, uh, I mean, they were on the same side. Um, I don't think anyone got killed. There was loss of property, and yes, people lost their jobs, um, and there was a screw up with one of those operations. But I mean, property uh, property is not the same as people. It isn't, and it just I don't think he's evil. I don't. David said that earlier. He referred to Ted as evil. I don't see him as evil. I see him as maybe having been pushed too far. Because what does it take to push a human being? I'm not going to say a leftist, but a human being. How far do you have to push a person to get them to snap? So, I mean,
That's a good point, Amira. Chai, did you have your hand raised?
Oh, hey
I
guys.
can't see.
Yeah, yeah, I did. Sorry. Twitter's weird. The hands
It
like
is.
disappear or something. I don't know. Every time I'm hosting, that's why I don't even do hands because I can't even see people's hands. Um, yeah, thanks for bringing me up. I was listening and I'm just like, okay, so this guy wrote a manifesto, right? Sorry, I came in, I was partly out, so I couldn't really listen fully, but what is the main message that he was trying to put forward? Like, can you summarize it in one or two sentences? Like, what was his big issue?
So, Chai, have you heard of Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber,
Yeah,
at all?
yeah.
Oh, you know about him.
Yeah, it was the guy who was he only killed like three people or something, right? Like he was sending
Three
out.
people and 23 were injured. They were maimed
Okay.
in one way or another because of the bombs that
But
he
he
was
was like
mailing.
targeting like pilots and stuff, right?
Universities and airports, that's why they called him the Unabomber.
Oh, okay. I thought he was targeting specifically like the in the like, like the scientists and the pilots.
I'm not sure about that. I don't think it was. It seemed kind of random, honestly. But it was mainly universities and airports. If I was to summarize his main message, it would be warning about technology and saying that there's no way to fix it, that it's going to basically be a dystopia. And the only solution is to revert back to more primitive living. No technology, just in the wild, you know, good old
Okay, I
primitive
see.
society.
So the thing is with a Unabomber that's interesting is like he was like basically like a super genius because I think I believe he got into Harvard when he was like a teenager, right?
He was 16. They
Yeah, so he
accepted
was
him at 15 and he got admitted
and
at
he like
16.
he was so bored of school that he basically dropped out and he was just super smart. So sometimes I'm like, okay, maybe he saw something that people don't get because he was super smart, but he should have just like written it out properly to communicate it, right? Instead of being like, okay, well, I'm just going to kill everybody who's trying to, because you have to look into the targets. This is the one thing, like the target, a lot of his targets were like the intelligentsia, whatever. It's like people who were about to make breakthroughs.
I don't think
That's
that's
who he was
true. I think
targeting.
it was primarily like universities, and airports,
But it wasn't
and if you think about
random.
it,
It
there's
wasn't random. People think it was random, like he was just bombing a university. No, he was targeting specific scientists that were there or like specific people who were going through that airport. It wasn't
uh
just
in
random.
some cases it was like specific professors or something in university.
Yeah.
I don't know about the
And so
airports.
you have to look at their research. Like there was something about their research that he thought was concerning.
I don't
People
think it
don't
was
even
that. I
dig
think it
that
was
deep.
more, try if I may. I think when it comes to universities, it's the aforementioned resentment that I think he has. And when it comes to airports, if I was to guess why he chose airports, it would be because it would kind of cover his tracks. Because the first assumption would be a terrorist attack if it's in the airports, and that kind of keeps the FBI off his trail in a sense. Uh, they would suspect foreign terrorism as opposed to domestic terrorism, which is what he was engaging in. But that's me. I don't know why he was doing that.
I don't know. I remember looking into this. There was targets. He had targets. Anyways, whatever. I'd have to actually dig it up again. He had
Well,
specific targets and they were all like very high intelligent people. Anyways, like the brother turning him in sounds so fucking fake. I'm sorry. Like the whole thing, even the I listened to the recording of the brother actually saying it like you just played and it just sounds like a it literally doesn't even sound like his brother. I know they say his brother turned him in, but the whole thing just reads like some fad talking. Nobody turns in their brother like that. Oh well, wow, I would have had the blood of other people in my hands. Are you fucking kidding me? It's your fucking brother. No, dude, if you find out that your brother is building bombs, the first thing you do is drive out there to go check. Like, are you kidding me? You just call the cops? No, the first thing I would do is like get in the car and just go be like, "Hey, what the fuck? Hey, you want to have ice cream? I'm making a cake. I'm showing up. Just pull up, you know?" And then you see how crazy he is. You're not just gonna call the feds. Like the whole thing just reeks like a fake story. I'm sorry.
for the record, I do think it is his brother because he looks like him, and they have pictures when they're
No,
younger,
no,
and if
no.
you
I'm
compare
saying it
them,
might be his brother, but I don't
but as
really
for the
believe
reasons,
that
yeah, it's
that's how they
maybe,
found him.
maybe, look, it's definitely possible, but I would say it seems like his wife wears the pants in the family, and David is not necessarily the most masculine guy out there. And it seems
100%.
like it was her suggestion, to be
That's
honest.
right. That's right.
Uh,
You got
Leave
to
it to the
keep in.
sister-in-law.
That's right. That's right. Keep in mind, he's not making this decision on his own. He's married, and his wife came about the information. His wife isn't going to let that shit slide. She's not. That's not her brother. It's his. And I can guarantee
mm,
you that that is the way that that river flowed. He wasn't
yeah,
going
it
to give.
totally reads like the wife. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I was
Right.
like, that's
Right.
sketch.
Yeah.
I would
No.
bet money on it.
Totally. 100%. I agree.
Yeah,
Going,
okay, that
did you
makes
have your
way more
hand up?
sense.
Because
Thank you.
it was there for a
Hi
sec,
guys.
then everything disappeared.
Hi guys.
Um,
Thank.
Thank you
Welcome
for
to the
holding
panel,
this.
brother.
Can you
Yes,
hear me?
yes,
Yes.
yes, we can hear you
Yeah. Hi,
going.
guys. Thank you for holding this space. We went into the topic of Ted Kaczynski 3 years ago on our podcast, Extinctionati. I would just like to say that the whole thing about the publication of his manifesto in the newspapers is kind of sus, just like Chai said, right? There are some documentaries from the latest years uh, about how that worked, and they have this big spiel about how they're using the very latest in linguistics to kind of piece together who this is, and so that their theory is that if they can just have hundreds of thousands of people read the manifesto, they will find this because obviously the wife and the brother, blah blah blah, they will recognize his language, his specifics in there. But I don't really believe it. We these days we have all the Fed slop when it comes to Charlie Kirk assassination and the non-investigation by the Feds and stuff. And my feeling is that uh, for some reason the Feds wanted this manifesto out, right? And they wanted to create this kind of green activist eco villain for some kind of purpose, right? And it's kind of typical, I think, for me as a European, Scandinavian, I think it's typical for America, for the US, that they want everybody to have suicide vests or bombs or whatever, right? So when people have fought for ecological causes all over the world using all kinds of methods and the sabotage of dams or whatever, releasing mink or wild animals, that kind of stuff. In America, everything is about blowing things up, right? So it's kind of a Hollywood-esque kind of thing. Yes, I would be skeptical of whether this is the full truth of how it happened. We can't forget that he was involved in the MK Ultra. He was MK Ultra'd by the authorities, by the feds, and who knows, right? Maybe maybe they were aware that the struggles of ecology and climate and stuff was ahead, and it may be a bit like what's the name of the federal building terrorist in 96 or something? The
Oklahoma
was
City.
named Oklahoma. Yeah, maybe it's more like that, right? That they Because what we heard after the 9/11 attacks was that FBI was involved in every single so-called Muslim terror terror situation that they had. Entrapment. They had entrapped. They had built the entire terror attack plan, and then through their informers and stuff, they had gotten more or less random Muslim men to join to join the terror plot, which wasn't a terror plot at all before the FBI cooked it up, right? So I think we have to at least consider that maybe the feds wanted to create kind of a cutout eco activist, eco terrorist, and that the publication, at least in hundreds of thousands of copies of his manifesto, isn't necessarily just a trick to make his brother recognize his writing style. It may also be an intended way to publish it, to make people read it. I remember because I was at university at the time, and one of the very first readable or interesting things that came online when the internet came along in the mid 90s was the manifesto from Ted Kaczynski. So why am I getting this eco terrorist essay again? It was kind of strange. And the other thing that was available at all the university in Europe and all over the world was the terrorist handbook or whatever, how to make bombs and stuff. And that was actually put up there by the feds themselves. So, you know, a little bit
The
of strange.
anarchist cookbook.
Yeah, exactly. So just I'm sure we can discuss it further out in this wonderful space, and I'm just thankful to you guys for doing this. Thank you.
Great, man. I appreciate you. And, at this point, I can believe anything. Anything's possible. There's definitely suspicious things happening with that whole thing. So I understand your skepticism and Shai's as well. Um, so I want to thank everyone for joining. I do want to read this last section. If you guys want to keep going, I don't mind, but I am getting close to wrapping up the space. I want to thank our sleepy co-host Nathaniel, and I want to also thank Amira, who's doing a phenomenal job. Please follow her. You're doing great, and I'm glad that you are here to help out while Nathaniel gets his beauty sleep. So this next part, the power process, for me is one of the most interesting parts of this whole text. Um, like I said earlier, I was helping children with autism, reading and learning about behavior modification and the prefrontal cortex, and kind of making all of these different connections, because my goal was from a long time, like a long time ago, my goal was to understand, what makes humans for real, like no bullshit, scientific, objective, what makes humans human. And this part here, it's simple, but I feel like it's a pretty good summary of what humans are up to. And I would like to add uh, some things once we're done going through this section here. But I'd like to read, unless do we have any hands? We'll go to those, and then we'll continue reading.
Wait, I can't see the hands. Can I go?
Sure,
Go
go
ahead,
ahead.
Frank. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just tried to quickly look this up. Because I was like, I know the victim list was sketch. Sorry. I don't know if I'm autistic, but I always stick on things. I'm like, no, I know I'm right. So I went to look it up. Okay. So I'll be quick. Okay, so it claims that he injured 20. Okay, so there was 3 people killed, right? One of them was an accident. Is actually 2 of them were accidents because um well, we don't know for sure. There was this guy who had a computer store, rental store, and he picked up a package in the parking lot. So nobody knows if it was actually intended for him, right? And then
No, you're right. Yes,
that guy, it blew up and it killed him. So that was the first fatality, but it wasn't clear if he was the intended target, right?
pretty
And
sure he
then
wasn't. Yes, there was
yeah,
a couple like
and then
that. Yeah.
the other guy, there's like a Thomas Moser or whatever. He was like some advertising executive, and I believe that this was actually targeted. This was a targeted hit, and I think this guy was involved in some sketchy shit, and we don't know the full story because nobody fucking investigates the victims. They just want to focus on the Unabomber because he was the big story, but it's like this Thomas Moser guy. He opened a mailed package at his home. It detonated, and then he died, right?
Yep.
And then the last guy, he wasn't even, the letter wasn't even to him. It was to his like former I don't know, some former guy that used to work there. Like the
I
the
see.
guy who worked there before him. And he opened the letter and it blew up. So it's like 2 out of the 3 people who died, the letters weren't even directly for them
Right.
or clearly for them. Anyways,
Definitely.
and
Chai, this is like this is
hold on.
so old. But I've been wanting
Sorry.
to tell
I
you
know.
this. No, not what you're saying now. What I'm about to say is really old. a long time ago we were talking about Erica Kirk's leather pants, and you said that if you look at how Erica Kirk conducts herself in her past, she's definitely not the trad wife type, and so you could see her being happy about maybe getting free from Charlie Kirk's backward ways, right? And I never got to tell you this, but I think that was a very smart observation, and I was like, when you said
Aw,
it, I was
thanks.
like. When you said it, I was like, damn, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually agree with you, Chai. I didn't think that I would ever say those words, but
Oh
you
my
were spot
God.
on. It's actually smarter than people might think because she does not give any trad wife vibes at all. Anytime she
I think
talks
she
about
was,
God, she
I
looks
think she was
demonic. So
stuck.
everything's contradictory.
I think some of these people feel stuck, and they're on a mission and they just have to do it. But no, I really appreciate that compliment. I feel like people sometimes dismiss me, but I'm like, I'm not the smartest
To be fair,
person,
I
but I'm
dismiss you
very
too, but
observative.
you have your moments for sure.
Yeah, like I'm sorry, I go by my gut feeling, and I'm like, some of this stuff doesn't add up. And I'm just saying, when it comes to this Kaczynski thing, if you look at they always say like he injured 23 people, but then it's like 12 of the 23 were like in the same plane, and there was like some sort of like bomb thing that went off, and it was just like fumes, and so they claim that the fumes were injury to the 12 people, and the 12 people, and even Kaczynski himself wrote later that he regrets that, because he was like, oh, it wasn't targeted enough. So to tell me that he wasn't targeting specific people, I feel like that contradicts him, because he's clearly remorseful when it wasn't targeted.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think the majority of them were targeted, but yeah, it's possible they were all targeted. Yeah, I
No,
agree.
I'm saying clearly, when he had a large amount of people, the 12 out of 23, those 12 shouldn't even be fucking counted, because it's like those weren't even like he didn't like how that went down, and he even wrote about it. But then if you look at the other people that were very specific, and that's why I'm always like, I think people should be looking at these victims and why he was looking at them, right? What were they researching exactly? Right? I think we need to figure
Yeah.
that out
I
if we wanna
I
if we
mean,
wanna
we're not
figure
going to be
out
able to
what.
finish the whole essay now. We're going to make it a
No, no,
series.
I'm
No,
not
no,
saying
no. So what I'm
today.
saying is, next time, I would like to look those up and find out why did he target specific people for sure. But you're right.
Yeah, because if, like, you guys are saying they were doing some weird technology thing, and then his whole manifesto is about technology and science, it's like maybe they were doing some really sketchy shit.
Right.
You know
And
what I
like I
mean?
said, my theories are he hates leftists and universities, and that's one reason he would target people that were in universities, and he would target airports because, like I said, it would kind of make them think it would cover his tracks and make them think that it's some sort of foreign terrorism, and they wouldn't maybe suspect domestic terrorism when it comes to airports specifically. So
Okay, my
that's my
last
theory,
thing,
but
last thing.
let's look it up. Yeah, for sure, for next time.
Okay, so last thing I'll say, right? It's like, okay, I understand what you're saying. He hated leftists. If
Because
you hated Hold on, if you hated leftists and stuff, you'd go like bomb like the faculty of like social studies, or like, I don't know, where all the feminists are reading or something, right? He didn't target those. Like, I'll be really quick. I'm just gonna tell you some of the people in the universities that were targeted. UC Berkeley, engineering professors. Okay. UC Berkeley, graduate student and Air Force captain. Okay. Michigan professor. It doesn't say what they specialize in. Geneticists at UC San Francisco. Yale University computer science professor. These aren't leftists. Okay. And then it's like everybody, he targeted United Airlines president, Percy Wood. Northwestern University security guard. That guy just got injured by accident. Okay, so it's like these he wasn't going after leftists. If you're going after leftists, you're gonna go to like the women's studies faculty, Like, I'm sorry, I'm just saying I don't agree with your theory or analysis of this. He was going after the engineering guys, the Air Force,
Well,
you know?
I think he kind of like we were like Amira was saying earlier. when we were reading, he kind of, and if you were here, Chai, you would have maybe, you would get it too. Like he kind of paints with broad strokes when he talks about leftists, and he generalizes a lot. And so I think anyone at university, from his perspective, is most likely a leftist. But like I
I
said, we'll look.
agree. I
Look, I'm gonna look
agree.
into it. I'm gonna look into it. I am running out of time.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No, I appreciate your input, and for the next one, I'm definitely gonna look them up more and find out what's going on there for sure.
No, no, I'm
But
just saying, look at the victims. It tells a story.
definitely, I agree with you. Um,
Brother Anna, if I may interject,
for sure,
um, I knew I had it, and I dug around in my reader, and I found that other bit that he wrote, the piece. It's 24 pages long. It's titled "The System's Neatest Trick," and um, I think I saw citations uh, in 2002 on there. So this, like you said, it had to have been post prison.
for sure. And can you share that, please, in the pill? I would love to take a look at that if you can.
Yes, yes. Let me look it up online.
Thanks, Amir. I appreciate you. So let's continue reading here. Um, the power process. 33. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the quote power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but is not quite the same thing. The need for power here, I think he's referring to Nietzsche's will to power, if you guys are familiar with that. The power process has four elements. The three most clear cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we will discuss it later. Now remember, autonomy and dignity are like key words, right? These are things that come up often, and these are the things that he's trying, or he wants humanity to protect from technology. He argues that technology impedes on autonomy and dignity. 34. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by, he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals towards which to exercise one's power. 35. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life, such as food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. 36. Non attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals through life results in defeatism, low self esteem, or depression. 37. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. I'm just going to continue here before I comment. Surrogate activities. 38. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly did not need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and a few aristocrats, like Hirohito, have turned to science. 39. We use the term, quote, surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say, merely for the sake of the, quote, fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here is a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's study in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. Um, so this is actually, it's so interesting that these are like consecutive parts. He kind of has a derogatory, like he's calling these non-mandatory goals surrogate activities as if it's an insult, as if it's a bad thing, right? To him, the more pure goals are goals that require your survival for you to satisfy, you know, hunger and shelter and security and all of these things. And he's kind of downplaying anything that is not in that category, anything that is not, let's say, mandatory. But I find it to be kind of proof of his cynical attitude because think about what he said earlier about the power process, where you set a goal, you put in effort, you attain the goal, and you have a certain amount of autonomy as you're doing it. And satisfying this process is required, otherwise you become bored and decadent. Right? So it's not enough to just have power, but you have to use your power to attain goals. Right? Think about what humans have done. They've overcome hunger and all these different problems that were imposed on us, and we've created society, and we have all this found time where we can now create our own problems. We can create our own goals, and he sees it as a bad thing, but I see it as a good thing actually, and I see it as a characteristic of our PFCs, which I keep mentioning. Um, it's kind of like this thing where problem solving was first a limitation that was imposed on us, and then we got so good at problem solving that it became kind of like a superpower. So if I can give an example, I think in China, there's this myth of the carp swimming upstream and jumping over the waterfall, and it turns into a dragon, right? And if you look at the Chinese dragon, it's kind of like swimming in the sky, right? So swimming is kind of like this limitation that if you can swim upstream, which means you get really good at swimming, and jump over the waterfall, you transform and become like a different being, right? So the limitation, swimming in the water, becomes a superpower swimming in the sky. And so humans can be compared to that in the sense that we were forced to problem solve things that we never chose. We didn't choose to be alive. We didn't choose to satisfy hunger and get shelter and get a partner and all the basic necessities. We never chose these problems. These problems were imposed on us. And then we got so good at solving them that now hunting became opening the fridge, right? Finding a place to defecate became plumbing in your bathroom. So all of these kind of essential problems are on maintenance mode, and it frees up our time to then select our own problems, which he's calling surrogate activities. But I would say it's freedom. And earlier I was saying autonomy and dignity; those are key words, right? And if he truly is pro autonomy, then he should be for us having the ability to select our own problems instead of returning back to a position where we had less autonomy, less control, less freedom, and our problems are not selected, right? And think about the most meaningful things that people do. Michael Jackson wanting to be a pop star is not just a surrogate activity, right? This is like the greatest purpose of his life. And the same goes for anyone who pursues hobbies or, they choose their own goals to attain. It's one of the most satisfying feelings, and I would argue that's because that is the function of the PFC, is to set goals and plan for the future, and then move your body and mind and control your impulses and emotions, and stop yourself from giving in to desires so you can go to do a greater thing. Robert Sapolsky describes the prefrontal cortex, which is just the front part of your brain, basically, right? Where people say there's the third eye, right? Like the third eye is usually on the forehead. Like right behind that is where your PFC is. And sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Robert Sapolsky. So he's a famous neuroscientist, and he basically says that the PFC makes you do the harder thing when it's the right thing to do. So it's actually not easy. It's not leisure only. It's actually difficult to get yourself to accomplish your own goals, and it's one of the most desirable traits. Women like men that have control over their life and have ambitions, and they like it because it's good for our survival. It's a defining feature of humanity. So where he sees surrogate activities, I see opportunities for us to become masters of our own destiny, create our own lives, create our own problems, and like I said, problems here is a misleading word because hunger and acquiring shelter, all these are problems that are imposed on us. But we get so good at problem solving, like the fish whose swimming was a limitation, it becomes a superpower when it becomes a dragon and swims in the sky. We, as problem solvers, are forced to live in harsh conditions in the wild and survive. And then it becomes a superpower. Problem solving becomes like a game. Pick your problem, whatever problem you want, and solve it. You want to be an artist, that's a problem, and you solve it by practicing. You want to be a professor, that's a problem, and you solve it by studying, etc., etc. So limitations becoming a perk, that's something that seems to happen if you get good at something. So this is why I found this part so profound, is because I was, like I said, I was studying behavior and the brain and psychology, and I was kind of like, let's say, adjusting what he was saying to be more reflective of how our brains actually work. Okay, but I see some hands here, and I want to hear from Amira first. Otherwise, we'll go to going.
Yes, I'm here. I was listening to you. I was listening to you talk about PFC and necessity being the mother of innovation and eventually invention. I I'm of two minds. I'm of two minds because and this is going to be coming up in the space that Nathaniel is going to be having soon. Um, but with what's facing us, uh, and it's going to be global, not just the U.S. like some people think. Um, we are going to have to simplify a bit. Um, I don't want to lose the innovations. I don't want to lose the medications that um, what we're going to chew on some berries to lower our blood pressure. I mean, I don't want to lose the progress that we made as a people, but we don't have much of a choice. And I think with Ted, I think with what he perceived, what he saw coming, because this nightmare, you and Matt were talking about it, but this nightmare of flesh and blood being converted into essentially one of the Cybermen from Doctor Who, all android, all metal. Um, it's I can see why so many people are afraid of um, transhumanism. I see that, but I think I think between what Ted, he wanted us to be more um, um, balanced with nature. I think ultimately balance is if he could have a healthier Ted might have gone for that, might have, because it is the happy compromise. It is, but I honestly I don't know how to. I know this sounds superficial, and it is, but I do not know how to exist without 24/7 AC. I don't. And so we have to find some way of not going the way uh, that Theo and those idiots want to.
Definitely. I
Uh,
never considered the AC angle. That's a good point.
well, yeah. I mean, climate change is real. I mean, sorry, Donald, um, but it is. And um, uh, if you look at escaping anecdotal reports, if you look at the figures, things started changing almost 20 years ago. So no, we, you know, the 2 degrees rise in Celsius, that's hopefully 25 to 30 years away, or even longer perhaps. That may be something that Nathaniel's going to discuss with us. But
Interesting.
the
Looking
thing
forward
is,
to that.
yes, and the thing is that I really think that Ted foresaw a lot of the dead ends that we're running into. And I don't necessarily mean with um, our deficiency of resources. I'm not talking about that. I mean this uh, this this artificial intelligence. I mean, um, Cameron, he anticipated it in the Terminator. Um, uh, one of my one of the activists that I knew locally, uh, when we were all phoning up our senators to complain about that AI bill that Trump wanted passed. Uh,
The one
uh,
for Sam Altman or another one?
it was the one that was to prevent anyone uh, from being able to stop uh,
Right,
uh,
right.
that one.
Gotcha.
And
Yes, yes.
and this woman that I know,
Good
she
on you.
thank you. This woman that I know, she phoned Cornyn, I think was her representative, and she asked the guy, "Hey, you've seen the Terminator, right?"
Yes, of course.
And she
Yes.
said, "That's not what we want." And and the guy, he totally understood. Um, and that is what we want to avoid. We want to avoid this um, uh, this nonsense about, and I hadn't even heard about it. That apparently the tech bros are talking about. You know, you'll get paid, you won't have to work, uh, and AI is going to run everything. I hadn't heard of that before, but it's lunacy. It's utter lunacy.
Yeah,
Um,
they call it UBI, Universal Basic Income.
I remember when Andrew Yang was pushing for that. I remember. Um, and and universal basic income, they tried it. Oh gosh, I don't remember which state. Chai, you would probably remember. Wasn't it in Michigan?
I can't remember the exact state, but I know it has been tried and it wasn't very effective.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, uh, what you were talking about, Brother Amiru, about essentially, you were sort of talking around it when you were speaking with Chai earlier. You know, you were talking about, well, they didn't have to struggle to survive, so they went hunting. They did this, they did that. Well, if we weren't chained to the capitalist machines, if we weren't, could you imagine? You could go to university for whatever you wanted to pursue. I mean, you could go and live in Indonesia if you wanted to. I mean, you you would have the freedom to do things. And
And yeah, you
you
know,
know,
there's this assumption that if people had too much time, they would just sit around. And I think you're right, Amira. People will not just sit around if they had the
no,
means to, yeah, do whatever they want or learn new things. It's just they're often limited by systems or money or whatever it is. But it's not in our nature to just sit around. Even if we do sit around, eventually we're going to get up and do something. And for those that do it chronically, they're usually mentally ill and sick. And that's kind of like one of the first things they say about people who are depressed is they say they're not doing the things they used to do. They're not living life, they're not setting goals. It's in our nature to do that, and we like doing it. In fact, people like working, but they like working on things that they choose. In fact, there's this rat experiment. I was gonna see if I can find the clip here, but it's basically it talks about two rats, and Robert Sapolsky talks about it with Uberman. Basically, the first rat can run on a treadmill whenever it wants, and the other rat is forced to run whenever the first rat runs. And what they found is um, the first rat got all the benefits of good stress, and its PFC was activated the whole time, which means it was doing it on purpose. And the second rat, even though it did the exact same movements, the same amount of running, because it was running when the first rat was running. So the first rat chooses to run, the second rat is forced to do it, and it had all the like negative side effects of bad stress. So in a sense, it was going through slavery. It was being forced to work, whereas the first rat was working on purpose, and that is noticeable in the PFCs of rats. So for sure, it is also noticeable in us. A lot of people are stuck in these wage slave cycles, and they're literally depressed because they're being forced to do things, and people don't like to be forced to do things. They like to do the work themselves. They like to choose their own problems, their own work, and people, including myself. I mean, I work now more than I used to when I had like a minimum wage job, and because I run my own business and I do my own stuff, and I find myself working sometimes 20 hours a day, and I don't feel anything because it's so normal for us to be like that, right? But so many people are deprived of that, and I think that's what we can call the power process. They're deprived of basically attaining their own goals with their own effort and autonomy, right?
I,
If the
I,
goals are chosen for them. But I don't want to hold up too many people that have three hands. If you don't mind, Amira, we can go to going and
no,
then Phantom and then Gerard
yes, Jared.
or Jared.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I think with the power process, I believe the TED's emphasis is on, let's say, living off grid and self-reliance of the federal system and the tech system. So that's kind of what I understood the first times I read the manifesto. And also when it comes to surrogate activity, I have a kind of different approach, a different example, which I think is illustrative. In Germany, until recently, there was an eco activist group called the Last Generation, Letzte Generation, and they decided last year, I think, to fold, to stop, to stop their business, and also to change their name to something else. I don't know. So initially, the reason they called themselves Last Generation was because uh, their meaning behind that name was that they would be the last generation that was still able to change the course of the climate situation because it might become too late. And it's kind of interesting because in their press conference before they folded, they said that, well, we've discovered that it's too late for that, right? So we are going to stop calling ourselves the last generation, and we will also change our activity to something else. And now we come to the point of surrogate activity. So I believe they are correct that we, as Amira said, 20 years ago, we kind of passed a tipping point cascade and it got out of hand in the Arctic and stuff. So what they basically did was they came back after Christmas, after the Christmas New Year holiday, and they said that the Knights who until recently said "ni," or the group that until recently was the last generation, the climate group, we will now instead fight the German right side of politics, right? The AfD and stuff. So I would absolutely call that a surrogate activity. You know, you set out with the best and highest intentions to save the planet and to save humanity from a climate-induced collapse, extinction of millions of species and stuff. And instead of that, from one week to another, you say, no, we're going to, have counter protests against the far right in Germany. And I think you can say whatever you want about stopping the far right. That may be all important, whatever, but it's not the same as saving the planet from heat death. So I think that surrogate activity is you kind of realize that oh no, we can't quite attain our highest goals, so we will find an easier task, right? Yeah. So I think maybe that's more illustrative. That you choose a more attainable goal instead of your actual real goal or the most important goal. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing that, and I would say that is a good way to define it. But I don't think that's how he is defining it. And I'll get back to you in a bit once we go through the hands. I'll make a comment about that, and I'd like to hear what you think of that going. But thank you so much for sharing that about the Germans, the last generation, right? Is what they're called. Okay, cool. So Phantom, you're up. Phantom, you
Phantom.
there, bro?
Yeah, that's an interesting read, man. The thing that I hear when, I hear Kaczynski's writings, it's like uh, there's something missing. Okay, first of all, there's something missing. It's like sterile and dispassionate. Okay, And you don't always. It's an objective description of in his mind of the human progression of seeking goals and satisfaction and contentment, right? But and then there's the control that I hear in it. There's the seeking to control the outcome, right? How do we really achieve satisfaction and contentment? I need to have this map of control. And I don't know about anybody else, but my experience in life with that is you can't control it, right? And the most satisfying experiences I know to be, they go like this. There's a progression. One person talked about innovation. They don't want to lose that innovation. Well, America did become tremendously powerful through innovation. We had most of the major inventions of the 20th century came out of here, right? We were an inspired country. And it starts like this: exploration, discovery, right? Surprise, delight, inspiration, and creation, right? And you go out in nature, you see a new flower, whatever. We're inspired by our world. We have to explore it. We explore inward. We can become inspired by that. That is the right progression towards innovation. We have to become inspired. This mechanical, controlled roadmap through daily life and goal achievements and stuff like that. I have never found that to work, not at least not to any great degree of innovation in the end. Can it maybe provide contentment? And then the outcome in the end for Kaczynski is chaos. After all of that, he chooses chaos. So, I have trouble buying into that for that reason, because in life, the surprise and delight thing is kind of chaotic, right? We do want that. We want, we're most inspired when we're surprised and delighted. And that doesn't come from this roadmap of control and safety. We like to be blown away, and then we become inspired. Man, but that was awesome. A magician for kids, right? Same thing, surprise and delight, you know, and then kids all want to be a magician after that. They want to, achieve the same thing and create the same result in other people. That is our greatest asset as humans, is to inspire each other to a higher thought and a new invention. And to be better than that, man, that's super cool. I want to create something even better. And that's what got us to where we are now. So it is a fascinating read from an interesting mind. He put a lot into it, but I don't know. Anyway, stick around.
Thank you for sharing. I appreciate that, man. Let's go to Jared, and then actually before we go to Jared, sorry about that. Just 1 second. I found the clip about the rats, just to show you guys that like what I'm saying here is backed by science. Here. You described a study once about two rats, one running on a wheel voluntarily, one who's basically stuck in a running wheel and is forced to run anytime rat number one runs. Sorry, guys. I just invited Amira. I want her to hear this. Stress. Right here. You described a study once about two rats, one running on a wheel voluntarily, one who's basically stuck in a running wheel and is forced to run anytime rat number one runs. So in one case, the rat is voluntarily exercising, and in the other case, the rat is being forced to go to PE class, so to speak. But really, and seeing divergent effects on biology. And I'd like to just touch into this and use it as kind of a case study for stress mitigation in general. I'm rather obsessed, and our colleague David Spiegel, Associate Chair of Psychiatry at Stanford, is obsessed with this question of how humans can start to mitigate their own stress. What do you think about stress mitigation, and what should we do as individuals and as families and as a culture to try and encourage people to mitigate their stress, but in ways that are not going to turn us into rat number two, where we're being forced to mitigate our own stress and therefore it becomes more stressful? And what you see is rat number one gets all the benefits of exercise. Rat number two gets all the downsides of severe stress. It's the same exact
muscle expenditure and movements going on, perfectly yoked. Great example that it's the interpretation in your head. And I haven't kept up with that literature, but I'll bet you rat number 2 was having a whole lot more activity in its amygdala than is rat number 1. Okay, so stress mitigation. Anything I should say here, I should preface with reasonably good at telling people what's going to happen if they don't manage their stress, but I'm terrible at actually like managing stress or advising how to manage it. I'm much better with the bad news aspect of it. But what you see is by now just a classic literature, half a century old, sort of showing what are the building blocks of stress. Not, ooh, you step outside and you've been gored by an elephant, and can you grow from your experience, and what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Not, you could have a stress response, but you're in the realm of the gray zone of ambiguous social interactions, that sort of thing. Some people have massive stress responses, others not at all. In between, enjoy it. Like, what are the building blocks of what makes psychological stress stressful? And the first one is exactly what is brought up by that running study. Do you have a sense of control? A sense of control makes stressors less stressful. And the running wheel shows that, or studies where you lab rat, or you college freshman volunteer, have been trained that by pressing a lever, you're less likely to get a shock. And today, you're at the lever there working away, and unbeknownst to you, the lever has been turned off, and it has no effect on shock frequency. But because you think you have some control, you have less of a stress response. If you're a rat and doing this day in and day out, you're less likely to get an ulcer. So a sense of control.
See, that is key in understanding the PFC. It's essentially, it allows you to control yourself and inhibiting yourself and also choosing your behaviors, right? And like, we don't need to have complete control over our environments, but we need to have some sort of like sense of control. And technology slowly but surely impedes on that control, that autonomy, essentially, as Ted Kaczynski would put it. But let's go to Jared.
Jared, Jared, he sometimes has to walk away. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Hello there.
Hello?
I just posted below. I can't talk much because it's bedtime, but there was a successful UBI experiment done in Stockton, California, by Mayor Tubbs. I don't remember how much they were providing. It was like $500 a month or something. It was enough to shift people out of fairly extreme poverty, the people who were selected to be part of it. So it wasn't everyone. It's an interesting experiment, and somebody mentioned that AI was the tool of UBI, or I could see that if AI was everywhere, UBI would become the standard. Well, that's one possible solution to the end of human labor. And I also posted a podcast about the end of human labor, and I'll listen, but from now on, good night.
Thank you, Jared. I appreciate you. And Amira, I really wanted you to hear that thing about the rat experiment, because it shapes a lot of well, it helps kind of explain the PFC in simple terms and why I talk about it a lot, and it can connect to all kinds of things that we'll discuss later here in this text. But let's just wrap up these last two paragraphs here from surrogate activities, and then we'll close the space. I want to thank everyone for being here. I hope you got even some value from this. I definitely had a good time. And Amira, thanks again for being such a good co-host. I would love to have you for the second one if you'd want to join. And hopefully we'll have
I,
Nathaniel, stick around instead of fall asleep. But hey,
yeah, we might have to schedule a little earlier in the evening.
yeah, he does it.
And
I know it's not personal. It happens to Sarah all the time. So.
I know, I've seen it. I've seen it. Um, and any space that you do I would be honored to be your co-host. I really I have enjoyed working with you. It hasn't felt like work.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So let's continue here and finish this up. 40. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence and at most and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money, and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the quote fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and prestige they earn. So here, he's even putting literary creation and artistic endeavors and athletic achievement and scientific work, he's calling these um, surrogate activities. It just shows you this kind of cynical attitude about human endeavors. It's like, I mean, if art is a surrogate activity, he's kind of saying it's basically optional when, you know, I mean, our society is richer for it. So, but I would like to hear the panel's thoughts before we close up. This is the last paragraph. So 41. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals. That is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that, in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long distance runner drives himself to run always farther and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane, quote, mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as part of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Going, I see your hand up, but before we go to you, I just wanted to make a little comment here. Going to bring up the Bible and the flood story, and show you how even the Bible sometimes references PFC functions, whether it knows it or not. So, for example, when it comes to the flood story, we know that I think he has around 120 years, right, Noah, to build the ark before the flood comes. And all of that time is kind of like a peaceful time where nothing is happening. It's the calm before the storm, right? But it is not a time for inactivity. And it's not a time for surrogate activities. It is, in fact, preparation for the future disasters that are incoming, right? And so this is where the planning and organizing part of the PFC comes in, where you set a goal or plan for a future thing and you take action in the present to prepare for the future. So, in a sense, this found time where it's just flooded with what he calls surrogate activities is actually preparation time for future events, right? And the flood is just like an example of incoming threats, whether it's the flood or it's nuclear destruction or it's the sun exploding or it's, your own mortality. There are problems in the future coming your way, and you have all this free time to prepare for those, right? Exercising proactively when you're younger and you keep that habit helps you be healthier as an adult, for example, and when you get older. So this shows that he doesn't have like this maybe complete understanding of how humans work. We freed ourselves from the natural world and have all this found time, but this found time is not just a waste of time. It's actually also preparation time for the future, and it's just a higher form of existence. We should be grateful that we have it. So I don't know if that directly answers what you were saying, but I just wanted to put that out there for you going. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with you, Amira, but I also agree with Ted. So I'm kind of between two chairs, right? So yeah, I'm a writer myself, so my highest use of my abilities, etc., is to write another novel or a number of more novels. So I'm totally on the side of this is what I should do, right? Or this is what people, artists, etc., should do, rather than working at the fish factory, whatever, right? Because we are different, and I totally appreciate civilization, even though I'm kind of working against it for ecological reasons. So I would hate for all kinds of culture and literature and art going away. Um, yeah. So, but I still understand kind of the concept of surrogate versus real activities, right? It's you don't have to agree that one is better than the other. It's kind of just two classes of things, right? Just like reading a book is different from jogging or running, and doesn't mean one is better than the other, I guess.
Right, but I would say that he might be because earlier he gave the example of you do something instead of the main goal, and that could be seen as a surrogate activity. Like, let's say, for example, you want to I don't know, study for a test and you are scrolling. The scrolling is a surrogate activity, let's say. But he's calling literary works and art and science as surrogate activity, when I would call it voluntary activity, meaning we are purposely engaging in these things instead of being forced to engage in them. And that is a higher form of existence. That is the ability to make choices. That is the ability to have free will in a way. But I appreciate your contribution, and if you tag along in the next space, I would love to hear more of your thoughts going. But thank you for sharing. Amira, any closing words before we wrap up the space?
Well, I would like to thank everyone who has contributed to making the space a success. We ended up short a co-host, but it all worked out, and sometimes that's how it goes. Jared, TJ, Father Faye, Joseph D. Memoria, uh, Nordic Nordic Uni PhD. Okay, that sounds interesting. Matt, going south. I want to thank each of you for being with us tonight and invite you back for the next space that Brother Amaru will be having along these lines.
Thank you so much, and thanks everyone for joining. I hope you got even a tiny bit of value from this, and I hope to see you in the next one. Have a good night, everybody.